Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic. It's time now for Cuz Radio.
What up, Cuz?
Deshaun Jackson gets a block. Are you kidding?
Talking with the Cuz.
Go Cuz. How you doing?
Stairs rips one into the night.
Stolen by the doctor. Yes, he's got it. Here he comes. Way rock the baby to sleep and slam dunk.
Look, Cuz, don't even try it, okay?
Now here's Anthony Gargano.
Why don't you get the hell out of here, Cuz?
Incredible performance. So, if there is any doubt, and I know this isn't about MVP and this season's about getting out of the second round and beating the Celtics, and the Celtics didn't have Jaylen Brown, blah, 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 blah. So what? All right? Because last night, the Beast was just out of his mind. And again, they got no one that can guard him. He was amazing last night. He shot 20 of 25 from the floor. 52 points. He hit 12 of 13 from the line. 13 rebounds. 6 assists. 2 blocks. Only 3 turnovers in 39 minutes of just dominance by the Beast. Oh, man, what a performance. I mean, seriously, how in the world could anybody vote for Jokic? I'm sorry. I mean, listen, great ball player, and Giannis is a great ball player. But if we are talking about the MVP, the most valuable player, I mean, it's just routine. These games are unbelievable. He's hitting you with routine 50 burgers and 40 burgers. And just dominating every which way. And, that free throw line extended elbow shot is just, it's ridiculous. That fall away, it's money every time. I'll never forget that they wound up talking about devising a shot that would be good, that would be money. And Doc, that was the shot that they can get anytime. And, man, he was just amazing. Judas, give me the swat. Yes.
Tied at 2, and Embiid to the left of the key, guarded by Williams. Tobias cuts. Tatum lingering, trying to give help. Here's Joel spinning, turning, 12-footer, up and good. Embiid with the rebound. He'll bring it across. Grant Williams meets him on the right wing. Joel on the back down with the left-hand dribble. Tatum lingering. Swing it to the corner. Tucker. Maxey was open. Goes to Tobias. Now they go all the way back out right and then down low right. And Joel with a turnaround. Well, they better double him because he's already got 6 points. Smart's in there. Here's Joel making a move on everybody down low. And he made it. An incredible shot by Embiid. He was falling down, going underneath the backboard. He almost had a sense he was kind of just throwing it up there for kicks and giggles. And it spins off the glass and in. Grant Williams guards Joel. Embiid on the back down. He turns away for the basket and from the left side fills it up. Sixers lead is down to 1. Here's Embiid down the lane. Oh, man! He throws it down with authority on Cornet. 2 power dribbles, leans into Cornet with the left shoulder, and then hammers a right-hand jam. Embiid sets a screen. Harden rejects it, goes to the left side. Harden with a left-hand dribble, back out to Embiid. 9 to shoot. Embiid keeping away from Smart. Puts it up, and good! And Smart is called for the foul. Marcus Smart with a foul. Embiid splayed his legs and made a jumper while being fouled from behind by Smart.
I hope y'all keep trusting the process.
I mean, it was amazing, right? Like that play, that 3-point play was ridiculous. It was with 3:40 to go. And if you remember, Sixers had relinquished the lead. All right? It was at one point the Celtics go up 88-84. Embiid hits the jumper, makes it 88-86. Horford misses a three. Then the Embiid, that play you heard, Harden, perfect pass, Embiid falling away, Smart with the foul. Joel nails the free throw, puts the Sixers up one. All right? Tatum then ties it, and then Embiid sets up Tucker twice with the three-point barrage. He found them perfectly. He gets Tucker. There was the technical. He makes the technical. He then has that incredible driving dunk. Right? That was authority. Beast to put him up 98-92. Grant Williams comes back with a three. Right? And then the Embiid finds Tucker again. So there was Tucker. And that's how important Tucker is to this cause. If he can knock down, just give me, a handful of games where he's knocking the three down, that wide open three that Joel found him, and the Sixers can beat the Celtics in that second round, and that's Jaylen Brown, no Jaylen Brown. If Tucker can space the floor like that and knock down those shots, then all it matters is, forget about the year he's had, because he struggled some of this, we know, with his shot. But if he can do that, that would be such a big deal. Embiid was just amazing, knocking down free throws, just giving you, just big moments as he always does. How is he, not the MVP? You take Embiid off the floor, the Sixers are a lottery team, and that's the definition of the MVP. I mean, every night, whatever you need him to do, he's sweeping the glass. He's really been clean with the basketball. He's getting blitzed, double and triple teams at times, and he finds his teammates. When they play him straight up, he just utterly dominates. I mean, he scores 52 points, and he plays 39 minutes. He shoots 20 of 25. I mean, these numbers are ridiculous. And again, he's doing it, face the basket. He does it in just an array of ways. He is, I've said it all along, he's the greatest art forger ever. If movement is art, then he is the great art forger, because whether he scores like Kobe, whether he scores like Dirk, whether he scores like Olajuwon or LeBron, whatever signature move, he can replicate it, including Steph Curry. He is just an amazing talent. And I thought that win last night, while, again, I take nothing from it, just keeping it real. Again, when it comes to the series in a couple of weeks in the second round, I felt great about it. It was more for my own, and I think our collective headspace, that it got tight down the stretch, and they were able to win it. The last time, that Saturday night, it got tight down the stretch, and Tatum won it at the buzzer. Well, this time, it got tight down the stretch, and the Embiid just flexed. And they were able to win, and they were able to secure it. And so I take that. I know there's no Williams, and I know there was no Brown last night, and that's irrelevant to the point. The point is that, look, they can beat that team. They can. And it's going to be a great matchup. I mean, it just is. And they're going to need, Tucker to hit threes, open threes. They're going to need Maxey, who again struggled against Boston. They're going to need Maxey to play better. So all that stuff, and you need Harden with his legs, and he had his legs last night. Perfect dishes. The other thing that Harden did, if you remember, there was a couple times he got caught on switches, and Horford was out on him, and he went right by him, and he couldn't do that when a big switched last year because of his hamstring. Well, his legs look good. I mean, the Achilles look good. I mean, he was able to move, and I think that is a big key to this whole thing. And it sets up what will be an incredible series. It'll be emotional. It'll be the hated Celtics against our Sixers. That's going to be incredible. But what a night last night. as an appetizer to the playoffs. That the building was wild. Everybody was excited. It was a great night, and that should be the coronation of Joel Embiid, the M-Beast, as the MVP. It was a great night all night for Philadelphia last night as the Phillies get off the schneid, and thankfully, so we don't have to hear all the sky is falling people, the Phillies win 4-1. Strahm pitches a terrific game. Schwarber, that was nice to see. Schwarber going yard. Fightins beat the Yankees 4-1. The Union in the first leg of the CONCACAF tournament, they win. They beat Atlas, who gets short red card, and they beat Atlas. That's good. That's amazing. So that's a big win for the Union. A real big win to play with that team. And they win 1-0. That was impressive. So a good night all night around in Philadelphia, Tunis.
What's up, man? Most importantly, you missed one. The Flyers lost.
Yes,
we need the losses to pile up. So good night all around for Philadelphia. That's a 4-0 night in our books at this point. Dude, last night was so much fun. I went Phil's laptop. I went Sixers big screen, and just watching Joel Embiid absolutely dominate. And it was just another reminder that this is the greatest Sixers player I've ever seen in my life. Allen Iverson is my childhood hero, but Joel Embiid is by far the most talented player I've ever seen wear a Sixers uniform. And to do that,
he may be the greatest player in the history of Philadelphia.
He might. I mean,
if you're really going to look at it and just look at the skill set, the loan, and and how he dominates. I mean,
and like that, it was another ho-hum 50 burger. You know, like the guys upper 30s, lower 40s on a given night.
And, dude, he does it in 39 minutes.
It's
he does
incredible.
It on 25
It's so
shots.
efficient. We always talk about, Nikola Jokic and his efficiency, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Is Embiid not?
Yeah.
Because 20 of 25 and then getting to the free throw line as often as he does and being so dominant at the free throw line as well. I mean, he put on a performance yesterday where you're going, oh, my God, I can't wait for this series now. Because you know he's going to get his against Boston in the playoffs. It's up to everybody else. You mentioned it, Max. He's got to play better. Harden had a good game yesterday. He needs to have more games like that in a series against Boston. But Embiid's going to get his, man. And I can't wait for it.
And it's funny because, we've been talking about this for a while now because we knew that this was kind of the matchup. But they have no one that could guard him. No one can guard him.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, they have no one that can actually stay with him. So, I mean, that's the big deal. I mean, it's a pretty amazing. Like you bring up, he's shooting nearly 55% from the field.
And he's not.
Are you kidding me?
And he's not just got his back to the basket on the block. No, he's pulling up mid-range.
Well, that's the point. This guy's shooting 55% from the field. I mean, are you kidding me? Seriously. It's ridiculous. I mean, what the numbers say. I mean, you're averaging 33 a game. I mean, 4.2 assists. Look at that. You're averaging 33 a game and 4.2 assists. Obviously, the rebounds are there, and it just is. And he just shoots free throws at an 86% clip.
I mean, 86%. That's ridiculous.
Me? I mean, that's what I mean about
you can't just hack the guy.
Scope of big men that we've seen big men that, can't shoot free throws, Shaq up a full by the whole thing. This dude, I mean, he might be the greatest big, I never saw Wilt and all that stuff, but I mean, you think about what he is as a player. I mean, my God, I know the game's changed and it's moved outside, but he's just been unbelievable. All right, we got lots to do. It's going to be a fun day today as we celebrate all the teams.
Are we allowed to do that?
What?
Celebrate and be happy? The last couple of days, I didn't think we were allowed to.
Yeah.
The way some people acted.
Listen, it's our job to uplift people, make their day.
I hope y'all keep trusting the process.
All right? That's how I look at our vocation. That's what we need to do. Make them smile. And even when they're down, don't get in the mud with them. Just, lift them up. Put your hand out. And that's what we got today. We're putting our hand out. It's going to be fun. Fun day today. We're going to do all kinds of things. Also, Maddie Seacrest is going to join us. She is, we're going to celebrate her career at Villanova. She's an amazing player. I mean, the second most points this season in the history of the NCAA. What a player. We're going to talk to Maddie, celebrate her career coming up at 12:20. We got all kinds of things to get to. It's Cuz Radio with the Tunes. We got a Phillies day game today, so we'll do some of that stuff, have some fun with it as we kick off a beautiful Wednesday, going up to 80 degrees in our fair city of Philadelphia. 610-632-0975, 610-632-0975. That's how you reach.
97.5 The Fanatic.
10 o'clock. .com.
Get excited!
All right, welcome back. Cuz Radio.
Yeah, stay right with you, son.
With the Tunis. What a day. It was a great night last night. Fun night last night as we get to hang out and watch 3 victories. And you're right, Tunis. The Flyers lost, which is a good thing. But look, I got to tell you, the Sixers Celtics, you know how we feel about that team. That Celtic team, I just hate them, man. And Marcus Smart, he's the Goblin. He's the Green Goblin, man. He's the personification of that green evil. You know, I see him, and he might as well be Danny Ainge.
Yeah, he's the I would love him on my team, but I hate him, and I hate him even more because he's on Boston.
Exactly. You know, I mean, not for nothing. I'll tell you one thing. I got incredible joy out of the singular. It was a basketball game, and we won. All right. Sometimes you can whittle it down to its purest form, and it's just a game, and I just want our team to win. It's not about, you know, the big picture and the championship. Like, I had a buddy of mine last night, and he right away he texted me, well, that game means nothing when it comes to this series. It does nothing for me. He said, I'll give you the exact quote. He said, I take zero comfort in that win. So my response is, listen, do I think because they won last night that it's going to mean they're going to win the series in a few weeks when they play in the second round? No, it has nothing to do. Listen, last night's win, I thought if they lost, it might be a little damaging to the chances. But no, I would agree that last night doesn't really mean much for the long haul.
All right, but here's the thing.
No, let me finish. And then I want you to jump in. But here's the thing. Sometimes, all right, it's just about beating your rival. And sometimes it's not about the big picture of, I got to win a title, Yeah, I mean, they got to get a second round. I agree. But sometimes it's just about beating the team you hate and enjoying that moment. Sometimes it's about the moment. I'm sorry, Tunes. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. But I was going to say to your buddy, if the Sixers had lost yesterday, the text would have been, see, this is why they'll never win. And trade Joel Embiid and build around guards and blah, blah, blah. But when they win, it's, this did nothing for me. Like, that means that guy has a lost soul when it comes to the Sixers. And that's unfortunate. He's a lost soul because if they lost, he would have texted you something different, but he would still been in a bad mood. But because they win, it's I gotta come up with a reason why it does nothing for me. And that's disappointing. Whereas you should have just enjoyed it last night. The guy dropped 52.
Yes. And and my buddy's he's a stone Sixer fan.
I know he is.
Listen, he loves the Sixers. All right, he does. So he's pure of heart, but over the last few years, he's become jaded at times. I can't tell him that, it's going to be okay and they're going to beat Boston. I don't know. I mean, I think they have a chance. They have a very good chance. I mean, they're going to be an underdog. We know it, and that's kind of what it is. But sometimes it's not just about winning a title. One of our problems, I think, as a sports fan, is that we become so zero-sum that we can't enjoy anything unless it winds up being a title. Now, of course, we all want to win. We get that. I mean, but sometimes you do have to, enjoy the moment, enjoy the ride a little bit. And last night was a night where you enjoyed the ride, the moment, and the best player on the floor, the best player that has been in this town in a long time. I mean, maybe ever.
Yeah, I mean, and it just comes down to people not enjoying it. I mean, that's what it comes down to for a lot of people, which is sad because you are seeing maybe the best player ever, and before you know it, right? Everybody's been waiting for the next injury that's gonna end them, right? And look at how healthy he's been over the last couple of years. It's just been freak injuries. It's been knocking this guy out. But before long, he's not going to be here anymore, right? You're going to blink and he's going to be gone. And looking back at it, you're going to go, damn, I really wish I enjoyed that. I mean, this guy, say what you want, MVPs or not, he's been in the conversation for now 3 straight years. And he hasn't won, but he finished in second. Right? The guy's been top 2. It will be 3 straight years now as the best player in the NBA. And we talk about this guy as if he's a weak link, and that's why the Sixers are never going to win anything, which is confusing to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other can of worms. I don't even know. I don't even understand that piece of it. Look, if you're going to go back and discuss that is it easier to build a championship team around a big or a wing? And, all right, today's game, it's a wing or a 2-guard, 2 or 3, whatever you want to say. But that wasn't the card you were dealt. You were dealt Embiid, and guess what? He's an ace. He may be a different type of ace. He may be an ace of hearts, right? I don't know. But, listen, he's a great, great player and a great, great talent. And he has done everything you really wanted him to do, all right? The thing about Embiid is we all wanted him to, stop sulking, get into good shape. And look, those were truisms. He had to get into better shape. And he had to not sulk and pout on the floor. And you know what? He's done that. He's in elite shape. He's a big that you count on every game. Right? He's not sitting out, bundles of games. He's playing. He's playing big minutes. He's not tugging at his shorts at the end of the game. He's developed a face-to-basket in today's NBA game-winning shot. He did it against Portland in that Kobe-looking shot, right? He has a go-to perimeter shot.
At 7 feet, too.
Exactly. And I go, what more do you want him to do? And I don't need to sit here and, hold water for the guy, but as one of the greatest talents that's ever come through Philadelphia, and I like to consider myself a historian of Philadelphia sports, I mean, this is a time to celebrate this guy.
Yeah, especially after a night like last night, man. I mean, that was just an absolute joy to watch, and I hope people enjoyed it. I know you did. I did. It was fun, and that's what sports should be all about, man. It should just be fun. I know we're gonna be miserable when things aren't going well, but sometimes we act like the Sixers are a bubble team right now that have to play in the stupid play-in tournament. They're the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference. They got 52 wins this year.
Yes.
And they got the best player in the NBA, and they have a guy in James Harden who is playing pretty damn good basketball. Tim Legler was on a few weeks ago and said it's the best he's ever played in total as a professional, right? Obviously, his best years were in Houston, but he was such a big scoring threat, whereas now he's being a true point guard, scoring, obviously getting all the assists and facilitating and setting things up. And that's something coming from Tim Legler. You know what I mean? And we saw last night, PJ Tucker, he shows you what he's going to be able to do for you in the playoffs. Like, this is a good team. They've been a good team since the jump. Since game 1, this has been a good basketball team.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we let agenda rip us apart. It's the truth. We let these stupid agenda, and I don't know where it really started. But it's something that's a relatively new phenomenon. This new agenda. Like, everything has to have an agenda attached to it.
Yeah, it does. It's
like,
if
I feel
I'm right, you're wrong society.
Yeah, it is. It's a disgusting, terrible mindset. that just tears people away from each other from the core. And it generates bad feelings. It just does. Because it's just all agenda. There's a guy, I posted on Instagram today that we have Maddie Seacrest on, okay? So right away, there's a guy who is arguing with my niece, all right, who loves Maddie. And one of the reasons why I have her on, right, is to celebrate her career because my niece was a season ticket holder at Villanova and was like, you got to watch her play night in, night out. She's terrific, blah, blah, blah. So, the guy's arguing about how there's a whole political agenda of female takeover and all this other insanity nonsense, right? And I go, can I just have Maddie on because
to
she
celebrate her career?
A great athlete in Philadelphia who played at Villanova, who is just a tremendous athlete. She had a season that was unlike any other. So can I have her on for 10 minutes and have a conversation with her without it being some political agenda? I mean, you want to talk about a jackal. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, man, that's
people. I almost want to just, I don't even know what to do because on one, you just lose faith in society. That everybody has some secret, ill agenda for some political reason it's just disgusting. This is just sports. We live, we do the show every day. We do the show from the standpoint of we're Philadelphia sports and culture. That's what we do. And we celebrate it because there's no one else that's going to celebrate it. All right? It has to come from within. So, yeah, when they're playing bad, we're going to talk and be honest about them playing bad. But by and large, the object is we want to celebrate what Philadelphia is about and the stories and the people and the Philadelphians that have accomplishment in sports and culture. It's pretty simple. And so when you're watching Joel Embiid play basketball and you see it again on another night of 52 in this kind of game, what's the agenda other than, hey, let's celebrate a great player in town? Listen, God forbid the Phillies would have lost last night.
Oh, my God.
I mean.
Dude, I got tweets even after they won. Like, they went 4-1. Oh, man, but Kimbrel looked bad. Okay. Enjoy yourself for once. My God, you must be sick if you're always miserable like that. Going back to the guy that's messaging you about Maddie, how can you live like that?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can't. You're seeing things that aren't there. I actually feel sorry for him because he can't even trust that there are people out there that just want to celebrate Philadelphia sports. I'm not trying to convert. There's no subversive nature in how I do a show. There's never been. It's pretty simple. It's pretty cut and dried. I just give you my opinion. I'm not 100% right. I'm not 100% right. I'm educated and know what I'm talking about. And that's it. I could be wrong. But, I mean, I try to celebrate. I mean, it's amazing to me. There are times when, you know what? We got to try to enact change. I look at the Flyers, and the Flyers, I feel like, are still being held hostage. All right? I do. I feel that way. I feel like it's just been too long, and they need to be liberated. You look at the Sixers, what's going on. All right, well, they could lose in the second round to Boston. That's very real, very possible. But going into this series, and it's what I told my friend, going into the series, all I want to do is just enjoy it. And if they lose, I'll be mad, right? If they lose, I'll blow off steam for 2 weeks and be miserable. But I don't want to go into the series when I know that they have a chance to win and be miserable. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense. It makes total sense because, look, it didn't happen that long ago, so I'll bring them up. The Phillies, a lot of people went into the Phillies playoffs miserable, and look what happened. They go on a magical run, and we saw people get on board, right? It's not like there was somebody going into the World Series going, man, this is fraudulent. Like, no, like people were on board, which is great. But it took them winning a few games, whereas you could have just been on board from the beginning. Like, the Sixers might lose to the Celtics. The Sixers might lose to the Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals. But I can't sit here going into the playoffs going, well, it's going to happen. So what's the point of me getting excited? I'm just going to sit here and I'll put the game on, but I'm going to do something else on the side. No, enjoy yourself.
I think that's what it is. But, I think it's people are almost incapable of having it. I mean, incapable of doing it. And I don't know. Like, we know it's about the playoffs. Like, I don't need Tom on Instagram saying it's about the playoffs, Skippy. You know what, Tom? Bleep you jerk off. All right? Seriously. I mean, that's just is what it is. Like, these people are just incapable of enjoying themselves.
So my question is, does he only watch basketball May through July?
Like, who cares?
Baseball, September,
like,
October.
Problem. Who cares? I mean, again, you're talking about people that just feel like it's incapable of enjoying one game. Like, we all understand it's about the playoffs. But is it impossible just to enjoy a performance of that? Is that impossible? 610-632-0975. Call, man. You're interested. You don't have to just go be a keyboard warrior. Call up, and we'll discuss it. We're transparent. 610-632-0975. It's Cuz Radio with the Tunis on what should be a good day in Philadelphia. And it was good to see the Phillies get off the snide last night. How about Strom, dude? Pitched well.
Looks really good. Yeah. It's an important piece to have. Yeah, and he was great. He talked yesterday about
that's a good right-handed team, and that's a team that's got obviously great right-handed power.
I love he struck out Judge, and he got he was fired up walking off the mound. Love a little fire from a pitcher in the fourth inning of an April 4th game.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about Royal Billiard and Recreation, the new Royal
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
All right, welcome back. 10:50 across the Delaware Valley. Coast Radio with Tunis. Let's open up the phone lines, 610-632-0975. Don't forget, tomorrow we're going to be at Xfinity Live inside Victory, buddy, for the home opener. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. I love that we do this every single year, and I'm just still praying, fingers crossed, that the weather holds up for the game itself.
Yeah, it's going to be actually beautiful the next 2 days.
Yeah, I know.
It's going to rain.
So
like 80 degrees today.
The latest I saw was it's still going to rain, but it was like a 20% chance at first pitch, which is 3:05. It's then going to come around at 4, the thick of the storm. So maybe there's a delay in the middle of the game. Maybe it misses the stadium, fingers crossed. Or, again, there's always the chance that they just move it to Friday, but we'll see.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Drew. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Good morning, Drew.
Hey, Anthony. How you been, buddy? It's been a while.
I know. How are you?
Oh, well, I'm kind of good, kind of bad. Last night was a little bittersweet. My hockey team ain't looking so hot. I think we're going to miss the playoffs now for the first time in a while.
Oh, boo-hoo. That must really suck.
I mean, bro. My hockey team, which is our hockey team in Philadelphia, is being held hostage.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. I knew this was coming for the Penguins, so it's cool, man. I'm ready for it. But yeah, that Sixers game that brought me back up, dude. I really wasn't surprised. I really wasn't expecting to win that game. I thought we were going to kind of coast these last few games and just kind of get into the playoffs and feel things out, but I was really impressed with how they played last night. I mean, what more could you ask for Embiid? I mean, he's got to be the MVP this year. If he gets robbed again this year, I think the city might riot. I mean, it's just like he does it all. I mean, he's the man, and I don't know how people can, sure, he's not going to have games like that every game, but you got to respect the type of game.
I mean, when you're averaging 33 and whatever it is, 10.5 boards and over 4 assists and blocks. I mean, I got to think you watch him night in, night out. I mean, he's certainly the most talented Sixer since Wilt Chamberlain, I guess,
yeah,
right?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I was going to say, you guys were talking about the best ever, and I was like, well, maybe Wilt might still be in the conversation. But, yeah, he's definitely up there with Wilt, I think. It's crazy, because you see, like, a game like the other night where Boston blows away Milwaukee by 40. We go to Milwaukee, we lose, and now we play Boston and we win. It's like you just never know with sports, man. And that's why I think, come playoff time, anything can happen. I think it's a wide open playoffs this year. And if it comes down to Boston in a 4-game series, and that's what it's going to come down to, man. And I really think this team I think we're a grittier team than we have been in years past. And I think this might be our year to go the distance.
Let's see, I'm hoping, buddy. I'm hoping, Drew. I really am, man.
Yeah, well, I just think we got to stay positive. Like a lot of those, iffy guys out there are like, oh, well, they can't be happy with the win. You should live in this moment, man. Let's just see what happens. And if it happens that we lose again in the second round of Boston, then we go to the drawing board and we adjust things. But I'm looking forward to it, man.
That's kind of like how. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You and I see it the same way, man, because I just go like this. I mean, obviously, that Boston's really good, and it's going to be that they're an underdog. Well, let's go into it with a good attitude, and if they lose, then we'll be upset. I mean, that's how it works. Like, you can't. I don't get being upset before the series when you don't know how the series is going to go.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm all in on the Sixers, bro. So, Tunis, you know what to do.
Play it, Tunis. There you go. I love it.
Wow.
Drew giving me a play the song.
I haven't got many of those this year.
I know.
I think we're under 100.
Well, let's see how the playoffs go.
Well, yeah, that'll change, and I'm sure once the playoffs start. But, I mean, right now, up until this point, regular season, might be under 100.
Yeah, probably. I guess that's what it is. I guess, look, it's a shame that the and you could sense the frustration. I'm not saying it's wrong because, again, I understand the frustration. I get frustrated too. Except you should not let the frustration, preclude you from enjoying what Embiid's done just if you love the sport. So, to me, listen, I'm a Sixer fan, but I'm a basketball fan first. Right? I love the sport. And so, as someone that enjoys the Sixers, having a guy like Embiid do that every night is what I enjoy about it. It's like I get to actually watch him have these amazing nights, night in, night out. I mean, I grew up, I'm a little kid, and they got Moses. So I'm a kid, and I'm watching Moses, roll for, 38 and 18 rebounds. I mean, that's just, now I see Embiid doing that in the modern game in 2023.
Yeah, where he's pulling up and hitting shots and threes.
Right. I mean, this is like unprecedented.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch all season. Look, all season long for 3 years now.
Like we've seen, I saw Doc, right, who was amazing. I saw Barkley, who was amazing. I saw AI, who was absolutely enthralling. I saw Moses, Andrew, like all the other guys. I've never seen a dominant. Embiid's more dominant than any of them.
And you think about the guys around him, too. I mean, look, Harden's been playing great all season long, but they've gotten 52 wins because of him. Harden's had a few games here and there where he's carried the team, right? Maxey, in like the middle of the season, had a stretch. But the majority of these 52 wins, like the vast majority of these 52 wins, are on his shoulders.
Yes. And that's why, again, the MVP isn't the trophy, but he does deserve it. All right, that's for sure. All right. Let's go to our man deep in the streets, Black Gritty BG.
So that last segment, cuz that is just for me. First and foremost, when people complain about like having a woman on and celebrating her, it's the same kind of people that were rallying and throwing up their paper when Jackie Robinson got in the league. Like sometimes representation matters. My daughter is a triathlete, does everything in the world, and you think she doesn't enjoy seeing some coverage or hearing about other girls doing things that she can aspire to be? Like stop grumping and let people be great. So kudos to you for doing what you do. Appreciate you. That's the first thing. The thing about me is, I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed Joel Embiid. You talked about the wins. Shoot, 90% of the losses was him trying to carry us to get a win. Like, it was still Embiid, even in the losses. Embiid was showing up and doing things. On a bad night, the guy has, 22, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 blocks. Like, on a bad night. You know what I'm saying? Like, on a bad night for Embiid, it's still something that everybody could dream about being in the NBA. So, yes, he's MVP. Yes, he's the greatest player in the world. Yes, he's the greatest player in the league. And whether he gets it or not, he should. But at the end of the game with like 2 minutes left, I'm like, we out here doing Sixer things. And I can't help but feel upset at the end of the game. I just can't help it. And it's not even I'm thinking about, like, I don't need to go to the championship, cuz I need to get out the second round.
Of course.
I know. I'm just saying, like I said, last second y'all was talking. You made me feel a little bit better. I just want you to talk me off the ledge with positivity because I hate.
So here's the thing, right? Like, so listen. I'm not gonna. I never lie to you. You know that. I'm not gonna snow you, lie to you, whatever it is. I mean, I know that they're gonna be an underdog against Boston, so that speaks for itself. But here's the thing, and this is what I get to. What if they actually win? All right. What if they actually win and Tucker and I can make a case that they can win in a series? Do you want to go into it with a bad attitude and then not enjoy the series?
So
of course not.
Just to say this, because I'm a weird fanatic, it's Philly first. I go into everything think we're going to win. When the Phillies got it last
Yes, I do the same thing. And then you get crushed. And then you go, all right, you pick yourself off the mat. That's what being a sports fan is.
Yes. And also, this year, I told myself in the beginning, because after the summer last year, I was just mad. I'm like, I'm not watching no basketball. You know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. So I literally told myself, because I go to too many games, because I go to like 20 games a year. I said to myself, I'm going to enjoy it night by night. And I went to 20 games, and 19 of those 20s were wins. You know what I mean? And I got the kid next to me, and we're hooping around.
Yeah, you made memories.
And we're having fun. And it's just, it is amazing. And so what you're saying, yes, enjoy the ride, enjoy the game, enjoy the moment. The Phils got to win yesterday, too. You know, everybody act like they're about to go 0-162. It wasn't going to happen. You know what I mean? There's streaks in baseball, too. And the last thing I'll say about basketball that drives me crazy, just to prove my point about how uneven I am. When we lost to Milwaukee, I'm like, do people not watch basketball? Milwaukee had just got crushed by the Celtics. They were home. We had to travel. We were back-to-back. That's how basketball is. Some days on back-to-back, you can't get your legs up to do it. Now the team's got extra motivation in their mind. So coming back and resetting and coming back to the Celtics, they played a good game because Joel Embiid is so freaking good. People keep calling him a big. I think he's a big wing, bro. He's out here and stroking it like nobody's business. He's the biggest wing in America because I love you guys. I talk to you.
You got it. You got it, my brother. I hear you. I hear you. All right. It's 11 a.m. Open the vault, Tunis.
You know, when we began opening this vault nearly 2 hours ago, we had no real idea what we'd find inside. As it turns out, we haven't found very much.
All right. The vault, of course, brought to us by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged.
Hello, Anthony. Mainly sports today, except one TV show that debuted in 1997 that I will get to. But it's great. We're in April now, so baseball season, which means a lot of random facts and random stats that start taking place over the next couple of months. So I'm going to play a home run for you. And the beauty is we get to talk about this guy and how he just fell off the face of the earth. But this was in 2013. This man hit 53 home runs and drove in 138 ribbies and was not named MVP. He finished third. It's Chris Davis from the Orioles. And remember how he just fell apart? Yeah. He had a strikeout streak of like...
He had like 190?
Like he had like a hitless streak of like 60 at-bats, and it was strikeouts. It was terrible. But in 2013, he started the season with 4 straight games with a home run and a record-breaking 16 RBIs in the first 4 games of the season.
One down. Davis first, ball hitting. Left field. It is deep. And goodbye. Home run. Chris Davis, a grand slam homer. He becomes just the 4th Major League player ever to homer in 4 straight games to start a season.
But 16 ribbies was the record. Could you imagine seeing somebody start a season?
That's insane.
16 RBIs.
Yeah.
Like, that's incredible. And he just fell off the face of the earth, man.
That's unbelievable.
His last 3 seasons in Major League Baseball, 168, 179, and 115. And this was a guy that was hitting 40, 50 bombs over a stretch of a couple of years and just fell off the face of the earth. It makes you wonder what the hell happened.
Oh, man.
I remember they gave him a monster contract, and then obviously nobody was taking it because he was awful. So that happened this day in 2013. This day in 1989, another random baseball stat, one that might never be broken. We'll see. Oral Hershiser breaks the record for most consecutive scoreless innings.
Mardell Wynn, the winning run at 10th. At third here in the 10th. Unbelievable to go extra innings and give him a chance. The 1-2 pitch. Fly ball to right on a semi-check swing. Gonzalez, the record. Oral Hershiser, 59 consecutive innings scoreless. The all-time record.
Will that ever be broken?
Man, dude, not the way the analytics have crept into the game.
Right, exactly. Now, maybe Alcantara, if he does like 5 or 6 nasty starts, which he could.
Yeah.
Which he, by the way, was nasty yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
That game ended in an hour and 57 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, it's wild.
Which is crazy.
But it's, again, we've been talking about this. I just don't think that that reverses itself. The rest and analytics. And the whole thing.
Definitely not.
I don't think that. All of a sudden, I don't see you waking up one day and guys are going to go back to being, throwing complete games. 12
complete games. Remember we talked about Cliff Lee when we talked about him last week. He led the league a couple of times with complete games with like 12. Now it's like, led the league with 4 complete games this year. And 4 might be a stretch. But yeah, 59 straight innings scoreless.
I got to tell you, at some point I'll tell you what is going on with youth sports and what Chelsea of the EPL is doing.
Okay. It's interesting.
Speaking of load management, remember, they have academies with kids.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you all about it.
Okay. Looking forward to that.
So that, good.
On to the hardwood. We'll go 1984. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar surpasses Wilt Chamberlain as the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. Of course, he's now second to LeBron, but here's how it sounded in 1984.
Magic look. It says to Kareem, come on down here, big fella, put in a chair. The crowd stands for Kareem to get the ball. Everybody's waving their arms. It's into Kareem. Kareem swing left, right hand, 12-footer, good! The pictures tell the words. They love their captain. They love their leader. And suffice to say, ladies and gentlemen, the new king of scoring has ascended his throne. His mama, his father. What an emotional moment. And the kind of a shot that I dreamed about for 3 weeks that he would make, Pete, the hook shot.
I know you're a big Kareem guy.
I hated Kareem. Hated Kareem.
Yeah, man. So all-time leading scorer in 1984. One more for basketball, college basketball, because the tournament was still going on in this year, 2010. Here was the finale. This is a great one. Duke and Butler. Your boy Gordon Hayward, another guy that you love, with a chance to win it at the buzzer.
Well, there it is, out to Hayward. Singler defending. 10 seconds ago, he wants to drive behind the back. On the baseline, fadeaway shot. Off the rim into Zubac's hands. 3.6 seconds.
Well done. Good shot for your best player. You got it on the rim. And 3.6, you're able to foul, and that would still give you time to maybe have one more possession. So they would hope that Zubac makes this.
Not going to try. It's Hayward pulling it down. Getting around Zubac. At midcourt, launches the shot. Oh, it almost went in! Almost went in, and Duke is the king of the dance, 2010.
Gonna miss Nance, man.
Dude, I would have
miss him
a ton. I love Nance, man. Nance makes it feel like it's big.
I know, right? You're spot on, man.
Listen, Iron Eagle's good. I have no beef.
He's
with
a professional.
But Nance makes it. It's the Masters. It's the AFC Game of the Week. It's just big.
Let me ask you: think Joe Buck ever tries it?
That's a good question.
Now, unfortunately, the tournament's all on CBS, and he just got the big deal with ESPN. So
yeah,
but I mean, look, we're starting to lose the big ones.
No, I know.
Al's gone. I mean, he's doing Apple, but Thursday Night Football, that's it.
No, all the big ones are gone. Vern left.
Yeah.
All those guys kind of like, if you're thinking about who are the next great play-by-play guys.
Buck's the only guy left. Joe Davis is good.
Yeah.
He's good. I know I bust his balls, but he's good. Yeah. I do like Burkhardt, yeah.
Yeah, no, I listen, I agree with you. Like that, those like big, like it's a big event, big moment.
Now it's all about the color analysts at this point, right? They're giving these lucrative deals to Tony Romo and Tom Brady.
I got to be honest with you. I think they have it all backwards.
I do too.
I think it's about the play-by-play guy.
I do too.
I think the analyst, it's good that the analyst can add stuff.
Yeah, I see the play.
Whatever.
I see the replay. You're showing it to me right now.
Like, and by the way, if you're a football fan, or
you know what they're saying.
You know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Like, do you need someone to actually translate? For the most part, you need to be there to hey, look, to make some interesting points.
Yeah.
And,
I'm with you, man. Play-by-play guy's important.
But it is. The play-by-play guy has to be the scene setter and, has to be the guy that brings you in the moment. And by the way, it could totally turn you off, like that Joe Tessitore.
Oh, my God, he was terrible.
I can't, I think he's horrible.
Yeah, he was awful. That was 2 bad years of Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
2 more. This one, TV show that debuted in 1997, man. And unfortunately, no longer with us because of acts of not on. I don't think it happened on his TV show. But, dude, Steve Irwin's The Crocodile Hunter debuted this day in 1997.
Man, the kids love that. Anthony
Crocky, man. So here's a little clip.
Capturing crocs doesn't really matter whether it's a boy or a girl. And one of my favourite female crocodiles is Bindi. By crikey, she's a gnarly little Sheila.
We've got to try and catch her to move her in with Graham. She doesn't understand that we're trying to help her. She's fighting for her life. She thinks we mean to hurt her. So what I got to do is whammo, grab her around the head and use my entire body to pin her down. On goes the blindfold. Once she feels the strength of myself and Terry on her, she settles down, she quietens, and we're able to work. Terry and I don't believe in using drugs and crocodiles. We'll put our bodies on the line before we'd ever do that.
Crocky, man.
Dude, so the greatest. Do you remember he had an on-demand, there was a show, right? On his show, on demand, he had alternate endings. So,
really?
Yeah, no, this is the best, right? So you would pick, like, should he do this? Should he do that? Like A, B, or C? Like, what path to go down? And the kids, we used to watch all the time.
That's awesome.
And it was like, and if he went down a certain path, he would get stung by all these, like, a swarm of rare bugs with like, sting. And you'd say it. And, like, his tongue would blow up.
Oh, my God.
And he would have rashes. I mean, it was nuts. It was incredible. And the kids, like my Anthony, loved it, man. He's like, let him go down this road, Daddy. And so we would pick it. And then, he would be sitting there and be all kinds of crazy things happen to him.
R.I.P. Steve Irwin. But this day, 1997, that show debuted.
Come on, hit my man balls.
Oh, my God. Dude, he's fighting crocs,
Yeah,
he doesn't believe in drugs. He's fighting them. All right, last one. In 2005, opening day 2005, Anthony, the Phillies took on the new Washington Nationals. It was the Nationals' first game since moving from Montreal, as they were formerly known as the Expos, and the Phillies beat them 8-4. And how about this 3-run shot by Kenny Lofton?
Lofton hits it to deep right, down the line. It is fair ball, home run, Kenny Lofton. A 3-run home run for Lofton, and the Phillies lead it 7-1.
Kenny Lofton is now 3 for 10 off of Livan Hernandez. 3 home runs. If he hits him out.
How about that, Kenny Lofton? Your starting lineup for the Fightins that day.
My man, L.A.
It was good to hear him. J-Roll, Polanco, Abreu, Jim Tomei, who was then replaced by Tomas Perez for defensive purposes, Pat Burrell, Kenny Lofton, David Bell, Mike Lieberthal, and that John Lieber, your opening day starter.
Ew. I hated John Lieber.
Your bullpen. R.I.P. Real Cormier, Ryan Madsen, a young Ryan Madsen, Tim Worrell, and Billy Wagner. How about Chase Utley was a pinch hitter that day, not in the starting lineup. Your Nationals lineup. Brad Wilkerson, Christian Guzman, Jose Vidro, Jose Guillen, Nick Johnson, Vinny Castilla, Termel Sledge, Brian Schneider, and Livan Hernandez. I mean, that's a bust down there. He had 3 ribbies that day.
That's incredible.
So that was your opening day, Phillies v. Nationals 2005.
Look at that. That's fabulous. Jeez. How nuts is I remember covering the Expos being at Olympic Stadium. Dude, it was the worst atmosphere you ever want to be.
Was it really?
Oh, my God. It was horrible.
Why?
It was a dome, right?
Okay.
And it was like, remember, it was built, I think, for 1976, so it was really antiquated. And it felt like you were stepping back in time. And there would be like 12 people there.
Yeah, nobody was going.
And they were all chain smokers. Like it was
awesome.
It was. I used to love going to Montreal because it's a great city.
Yeah.
But it was not exactly baseball heavy. Not exactly baseball heavy. All right, 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975 is how you join us. Cuz Radio with the Junas on a beautiful Wednesday across the Delaware Valley. And there's some fun stuff happening. All right, let's
The Anthony Gargano Show, now.
On 97.5 The Fanatic.
All right, 11:23 across the Delaware Valley. Cuz Radio Tunis. Beautiful day. Celebrating a good night, man. It was a good night, that's all. They beat the Celtics. They beat the Phillies. They beat the Yankees. So Sixers beat the Celtics. Phillies beat the Yankees. Union wins first leg, up 1-0 the first leg. That was impressive. Atlas, I guess. That's exciting when somebody goes off the red card and then you got the man advantage. It's like half a game power play.
Exactly.
Right? It's wild. Let's get back to the phone lines. Sean, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Good morning, Sean.
What's the deal? What's the deal, fellas?
What's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. Last night was a great game. Listen, we got the brick for chicken. We got that. So that was a good one. But my thing is, and I just wanted to bring it up. It's like a little chemistry with Harden. Most of the times you'll see him like it'll be like a little disagreement on the court or whatever. Usually with the Sixers is TJ, and when they get back down court, he gets a little lackluster with the offense. Like he'll be open for a good drive or he'll be open for the shot. He'll just pass it off. Like he give like a nonchalant attitude anytime he had like those little quote unquote disagreements. I know he had him a lot with Westbrook too when he played over OKC. But I mean and it's crazy. Like I don't want to bring it up saying like it's all like James Harden can't get along with players and all. It's just the fact that might just slow down what's going on the court. Most of the time he'll get the ball too, and there'll be someone open, and he'll have that same mindset, and he might take the shot or he might drive down to the court. So it'll result in a made basket or an and one. So you can't always complain about it. It's just like we can't have that going into the playoffs.
Well, but don't you think it's you if you're the point guard, you got to run the show.
Absolutely.
And you got to give him autonomy to be, you got to be the quarterback. You got to be the captain. You got to talk. You got to tell everybody what to do. You got to, you have an idea, a vision of how it's supposed to run, and you got to impart that. I mean, I don't. Do you really think that's a problem?
I mean, it's not really a problem. It's just like he gives that. Oh no, y'all got it. He'll give that attitude like towards the rest of the team while on court. And like I said, it's not always an issue. It's just like we were up 6 points, and that easily turned to a tied game. I was looking. The spread was 3.5 for the Sixers, so that's what I had. So I was like, all right, so this might go to overtime. You don't know. Like Grant Williams got into his bag. He started getting a little petty to the point where they started giving him fouls to the point where like you're gonna have games where indeed. We might not always have it. He might get 4 fouls in the third quarter, so we might rely on James Harden. So we can't always have that attitude about it because we're not always in a comfortable position. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know what? Like, to me, it's more like he's going to have to, like he's got to play big every game in that series, right? Like he's got to play. He's got to shoot the ball well. He's got to space the floor. You're going to have to space the floor. Remember, it's going to be when that series comes around. It's going to be Jaylen Brown. They're going to be healthy. They got Williams. Like it's going to be an issue. And this is where, you know what, brother, when I'm thinking about this, I mean, I need more out of Tyrese. I got to get more out of him. He struggles against Boston.
Yeah, and then it comes down to those easy buckets, those no-brainer buckets, and it comes down to free throws every game. That's what I was talking coming up, man. It always comes down to the why not buckets, and it comes down to the free throws. So if we got open looks, why not pass it to Maxey? Why not take the shot as hard? And like we can't do that looking off stuff, man. Like you're making a lot of sense. Maxey, he's gonna have to step up more. He didn't really. He's a sound player. He plays his role 1,000%, but he got to go off, man.
Well, again, because the bench, the Boston bench is deeper, so you're going to need that. And thanks, my brother. Good stuff. You're going to need him to really to be. I'm not saying vintage Harden, but this Harden where he can beat guys off the dribble, he can space the floor. He's been playing a good point. I think he's played really well, and I thought he played really well last night. I need more out of Tyrese, though. I mean, that's a big. he has struggled against Boston, and, he's not the best defender, as you saw again last night with Derek White. Like, I need more out of him. We love him to death, and he's a young player, but to beat Boston in the series, he's got to have, a handful of those big games, Tunis.
Yeah, here's Tyrese Maxey in his career against the Celtics, and it's a sample size now. It's 3, 6, 9, 10 games. He averages 8.2 points, 2.5 rebounds, and under 2 assists. Now, obviously, rebounds and assists in his game, but just 8 points per game is not going to necessarily cut it, especially now when he's playing 40 minutes. Now, it was a good win yesterday, but he had a shot. He got the ball from Harden and took a sidestep into the corner, and I think it was the second quarter when he did it. And dude, it would have looked like if I tried doing it outside. Like, it was just off the side of the rim and just hideous. And he's really a non-factor, unfortunately, in some of these games. It's been a weird year for Tyrese Maxey overall. Like, he's been good. But remember, there was that one long stretch where he wasn't really doing anything for him.
Yeah.
And then there was he was coming off the bench. He's had an okay season, but it's not the Tyrese Maxey that we saw last year.
Well, and if you remember, it was Friday we had legs on. I talked to him about that, right? Like, hey, is Maxey capable of being that playoff guy that swings a series, that wins a couple of games? Like, he's going to have to do that if they're going to win.
And it's so funny. Like, I look at it, he's averaging 20 points a game, which is the most in his career so far. But, like, doesn't it just feel like there's been nights where, look, that was a long stretch when he was coming off the bench and wasn't really doing much for you. But if he's giving you 20 a game in the playoffs, that makes me happy. Problem is, against Boston, he's averaging 8 in his career.
Yeah, and the other problem is that he's not a good defender.
Right.
There was a couple times Derek White, I was like, dude, he's willing. He just has no defensive sixth sense. Like, good defenders have an idea defensively. They have like a spidey sense, and I don't think Tyrese has that defensive spidey sense.
No, he might not have it. And as we've said over and over and over again, the guard play in Boston, it's not like he can take a couple plays off because their backup guard can't score.
No,
I know all those guys can score.
No.
Derek White had a nice night yesterday.
I just need him. I need him, man. I need him, though. I just need Tyrese to play big in that series. I don't think they could win if Tyrese plays the way he played last night. I don't think they can win a 7-game series.
Yeah, you're probably right. Now, if Harden and Embiid play the way they played last night, maybe. But that's asking a lot, right? You need Embiid to be damn near perfect every
you got to beat
game.
them 4 times.
Yeah.
Like that. So that's why you got to have Tyrese. You got to have more out of Max. You just do. Just need more out of Max. And he's capable of it. And listen, the kid's a dynamic player. So it's not like you're asking him to do something he's not capable of. He's capable of it. They just need, they just need him to do that. To beat that team, again, they had no Brown, right? So no Jaylen Brown, who's a hell of a player.
Oh, yeah.
So, you have to have Maxey. Have to.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do defensively when Jaylen Brown does play.
Yeah.
Right? Like yesterday was great. You put Tobias on Jason Tatum. But when Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are out there, who are you putting on Jaylen Brown? It's got to be either Maxey or Harden. And those are two players that aren't good defensively.
That's right. Let's go to Ben. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, Ben. Good morning, Ben.
You mean M?
M.
You mean
Good
M
morning,
from
M.
the Northeast?
Hello, M.
How you doing today, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Well, I saw Will play, and there are things which Joel Embiid does that Wilt dreamed about in his sleep. I think he's the most talented Sixer ever to put on the uniform. I think he's on the way to being the greatest of all time. We'll find that out. I think that he will. But the second reason I called was these people on social media. I know too many of them. And it's not about basketball. It's not about sports. It's about control. They want to control the narrative because they know if they say something negative, it's going to get a response. And at the end of the season, they're allowed to go through the whole summer or whatever the off season is and say, see, I told you I was right. And that's more important to them than winning a championship. And sadly, there are a lot more of those people now than there was back in the day, if I can use that phrase. Mm-hmm. That's my point.
I mean, listen, it always, sports and fandom and, we've always argued and debated and, how smart we are. And,
right.
Listen, I mean, that's always, and that's been, consistent throughout time. Social media just is the distribution of it, right? It's just another channel that mentality, which has been around since back in the day, gets out there to the masses, right? So now I got proof that I said this.
That's right. That's
but
right.
We always felt like it. It was like, it was that way. Listen, I had to even doing the show as long as I've done it, right? I've had to also understand that, it's not about trying to always be right. Like I would always argue. I know what I'm talking about. Well, obviously, right? Like, it is what it is. But you have to check. It's always about the ego run amok. And,
right.
There's a time that and we all battle against it. I battle against it. I was like, oh, let me just shut up. You know what? And then I feel bad afterwards, the whole thing. But it to me, we're not the story. It's fun being a fan, and it's fun when you're right, But the truth of the matter is we're all together because we want to see a team win. We want to experience a ride because we love sports, no matter what the game, football, baseball, basketball, hockey, whatever it is, soccer. We enjoy the game, and we want to go for a ride, and that's the bottom line. And that's sometimes we forget that.
I'm going to disagree with you on that one. And Tunis has been telling you this for some time now about social media. And look at why would that guy that you started out with say anything negative about some kid that's only interested in playing basketball? And there's just too much of that now. And it has to stop. And I seriously doubt in my lifetime because, I'm a geezer and I ruin your demographics. But it's just got to stop.
Listen, you provide wisdom. You don't ruin anything.
That means I'm old.
No, it's true. But listen, I'm truthfully, I would say this. I'd say this about anyone that when you have lived and traversed life, you accrue wisdom. That's the truth of the matter.
I certainly hope so. Hey, listen, you guys. I go out on my lawn every day at 10 o'clock, and I'm out there with the headphones on, and I'm on with a cigar, and I'm out there in my own little world. And you guys just do a fabulous job. And it's not just football. You cuz are a man of the people, and Tunis is a semi-man of the people because he doesn't have all of that experience yet. Please don't take that the wrong way, Tunis. But I appreciate you taking my calls. I love how you talk to the callers, and I hope this continues for a long, long time. Thanks for taking my calls, and go Sixers. Oh, by the way, you're right about Maxey and Harris. They combined for 9 points last night, so, Oh, brother.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready for the run, cuz.
Thanks, Em. Thanks, buddy. Take it easy, my brother.
I love Em. Em is he's like me, simple man. He just loves going out there and mowing the lawn. That's my guy, Em.
I could totally see you in the same thing, out on the lawn, cigar, a long neck, and you're happy.
See, this is going to sound sad for a lot of people, but I got a new lawnmower this past weekend for my buddies at Paul B. Moyer and Sons in Doylestown, and I can't wait to fire it up because I'm at the new house, right? And last year we were too busy, so we had the lawn service and everything, and the lawn service fees are ridiculous nowadays. And so I got the new lawnmower. They hooked me up. I can't wait for it, and I'm gonna be firing that bad boy up this weekend. A little Honda lawnmower, man.
Dude,
It's a Honda family. I got a Honda car. My wife's got a Honda car. I got a Honda lawnmower.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, my God.
Love the people of Paul B. Moore and Sons. I appreciate it.
Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me. That's gonna be awesome. I could see you out there, you know.
The only thing I won't do is the white shoes.
Are you going to do Tucci's lawn too?
Yeah, sure. I saw him the other day, so why not? Yeah, I'll be like, hey, you want to pay me? But I won't do
you pay me. You don't do it for
in beer.
Love?
No, in beer. I don't need money. Just give me a nice six pack. I won't do the white shoes, white socks though when I mow. My dad does that, and I never understand it.
What does he do? White shoes?
He wears the white shoes
sneakers?
with the higher white socks. It gets the grass stains on it, so what are you doing? Well, my dad's a New Balance guy.
Oh, he's got the dad
Oh, dude, he's a prototype. Like, if you want a dad in your catalog, just call me up. I'll get you in touch with Papa Chunas.
I love it.
He is the prototype dad, man.
God bless him. That's beautiful. By the way, I got to give you yo.
Oh, is that right? Hold on. Wow, it's been a while.
Because we got a yo.
Yo. I got a yo from my man, Jeff Collins, former Temple coach.
How about it?
Georgia Tech. He's coaching Georgia Tech right now. He's up in the area. He's listening to the show. My man, Jeff, looking great. Dropped a bunch of LBs, all fired up. And he looks fantastic. So Jeff is awesome. He loved his time at Temple. He's a huge Flyers fan. He loved Philadelphia. You know, he's from Georgia. He's doing a great job. Georgia Tech, our buddy Jeff Collins.
Yeah, I miss Coach Collins.
Yeah.
Because after he left, it went downhill.
Yeah. So I want to give Jeff some special love. Coach is a terrific guy. Good, great football man. Lots to do. All right, 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. And I'll ask this question. And knowing that it is about the playoffs, like I don't need to be reminded of it. We understand the importance of the playoffs. But can you differentiate a game like last night and just say it's against the Celtics and it was just a great basketball game? In the same way, Phillies-Yankees was a great baseball game. They beat the Yankees. I mean, it's not about the World Series. It's not about the playoffs or anything. It's game number 5, and it was a good ball game, and they beat the Yankees. And I saw lots of people on social media who were enjoying themselves, who had the split 4 screen. Who my man Gabriel had the 4 games on. Awesome. 610-632-0975. Cuz Radio with the Tunas on a beautiful day. That's right. Gorgeous day. Hanging out. Let's talk about your vehicle for a second because we know that our vehicles, you got to make them last. All right? Especially now. Money's tough. This is where Meineke comes into play. Meineke is great for the health of your vehicle, and they got you covered. Anything goes wrong, right? Right now, for maintenance, you can get a semi-synthetic oil.
Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
All right, welcome back. Hey, don't forget, tomorrow we'll be broadcasting live from the Victory Beer Hall inside Xfinity Live to get you ready for the home opener. First 100 people to join us will score a Fanatic and Victory Brewing Company branded t-shirt. Victory Brotherly Love Hazy IPA on tap. A special appearance by Ricky Bowe. And 5 lucky listeners are going to win beer for a year from Victory. Victory Brewing's Brotherly Love Hazy IPA is here to help celebrate this season's double plays, homers, everything in between. Ring the bell with Victory's Brotherly Love.
Dude, beer for a year?
Yeah, I was like, wow.
What? At the beginning of the baseball season, too?
Yeah, I know. Dude.
I mean, I take it in November, but you're telling me summer's right around the corner and I could win beer for a year already?
Yeah, pretty wild, right?
Dude.
Beer for a year. Isn't that incredible? That is pretty good. So we're going to have some fun at the Victory Beer Hall tomorrow. Stop on by, say hi. It'll be fun. Little baseball action, fights. Looking forward to it. Just a whole great, fun summer is ahead of us, buddy.
It should be. It should be. I hope people are a little bit happier after a win yesterday. The season is not over. All right. Now, Nola hopefully has a good outing today. If not, it's going to go right back to where we were before the win yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think it's going to take Nola a few starts to kind of get into form. I don't think they threw enough in spring training, to be honest with you. I think it's going to take him a couple starts to just kind of get straight.
Yeah, it could be. The relationship
and the other thing, too, real quick, is he's got to get used to that pitch clock.
He does. And we said that he'd be the one that needed the most out of, or needed to, work through it the most because he takes his time, man.
Yeah.
Fixes the hair. The chain's always popping out. Just watch him pitch. The chain pops out every pitch.
It does, yeah. But that's, guys are a creature of habit, so you got to cut guys slack when they're not used to it.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. The relationship with Noah is weird in this city. And I fall victim to it too. I get annoyed in the 4th, 5th inning whenever the meltdowns happen. But he is a good pitcher.
Yeah. Yes. All right, back to the phones we go. VT Ron. Hello, VT Ron.
My man, Pots and Pans, Tunis. Hi, boys. How y'all doing up there?
What's up, buddy? How are you, VT Ron?
Hey, you know what? We're hanging down here. We're in a little lull. But the Phils, you got the Phils starting. You got playoffs coming up. And it's just, it's a mellow time right now. I'm going to start geeking out next week for the draft.
Yo, we got draft. That's going to be a blast.
Buddy.
Yes.
Yeah, buddy. It's right on the horizon. And I can't wait to see what Houdini is going to do with the draft picks and everything. Yeah, I think it's going to be a great draft. Hey, Kunis, you're going to graduate up to a 50-inch zero radius mower soon enough, buddy. Get on that zero radius.
Okay, I got you. It was step 1.
Yeah, well, when you step up to that 50-incher, man, I'll tell you what, you're going to have a ball. Then you can put a couple of IPAs in there, and you'll have a great
Dude,
night.
I love a little lawnmower talk. Ain't you in?
Yeah, man. So,
yes.
Hey, listen.
You want to mow lawns together, pal?
Yeah. Hey, I used to cut 1.5 acres with a 50-inch deck. Go out there, you go through 2 or 3 beers, right? Nice and easy. After a while, it starts to get a little crooked. I used to make my backyard look like the ballparks in the National League. It looked like Wrigley Field, my backyard. I put the lines in there and everything. Yeah. So, hey, listen, talking about the Phils, but before that, Ant, you asked for an announcer that maybe could move up to the next level. What about Kevin Harlan? Kevin Harlan's great. Kevin Harlan is one heck of a play-by-play guy,
Yes, he's great. He's really good. He is. I wonder if he it's funny because he likes the radio aspect of it too because he does a lot of radio of NFL.
He does. Kind of like T-Mac too. T-Mac does a lot of radio for Westwood
Yes.
One.
Yes.
I think Harlan's the same way. But listen, going to the Phils, and then, you all just started talking about Nola. I really think you hit it right on the head when you said the pitch clock. I think the pitch clock, he's got to get used to the pitch clock. And until he does, I don't know what kind of outings he's going to have. But, stop and think about this for a second. If the team was 1-4 in the middle of July or the end of July, would you worry about it? So that's where I am with the team right now. If they were 1-4 in July, I wouldn't be all that upset. And I'm really not upset about it. We know that the bats come around in May, and that lineup is really pretty solid. We need Hall to step up, and I think there's no need to panic right now. And I go back to what I said earlier. 1-4 in the middle of July, no problem, right? No problem.
Exactly.
So,
listen, you're spot on, and you're right. I would like to see Derek Hall, start to string together some hits. I mean, I think it's a big deal for his confidence because you will need him, and he's going to have to give you some power, man. That's the one thing that you're going to need that guy, especially while you're waiting for Bryce. So I think that's right. Spot on.
You need the power coming out, coming to replace what we lost, and I need him to show up. I need Hall to show up. Until Bryce gets back. Reese is not going to be back this year, so we need Bryce coming back. Castellanos, is he going to step up this year? I don't know. I don't know.
I'm a little worried. I got to admit, he worries me, man.
And Marsh, keep Marsh. Hey, if Marsh can hit the long ball, hopefully Baum will hit some more long balls. I'm not worried.
Baum's locked in, man. Baum looks terrific.
Doesn't he? Though?
Yeah, he looks great.
Yeah, he does. He's playing with a lot of confidence, man. So, hey, I'm sure I'll be giving you a call back. We'll be geeking up for the draft. Okay, boys?
Sounds good, VT, Ron. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, Castellanos just struggled. He had a nice opening day.
Dude.
And it's, again, these weak grounders, dude.
I know, man. Yeah, he worries me, dude. In a big way, he worries me.
It's your middle of the order, man.
I know.
Making good money.
I know.
It's just weak. It's weak contact, dude.
Yeah, it is weak.
Like, opening day was great, right? He had a couple hits, but the one was a double down the line that he fought the other way, right? It's not like he got around on it or anything. Yeah. But I took it as a win, right? The guy drove a ball the other way, got a double. It's been these hands are falling over again. Grounders to short, grounder to third, weakly hit.
I know.
Like, dude, you got to drive the ball. You're in the middle of the order.
He's not driving. You're spot on, dude. He's not driving the ball. I just don't get that.
And he's taking more pitches. He's working counts. And remember, we talked to Topper when we were in Clearwater, and he was hoping that if he saw more pitches, then maybe that would lead to better at-bats, which would lead to seeing the ball better, which would lead to getting more hits, or at least hitting the ball with power. But
yeah,
it's just this weak contact.
I know. It's just is really weak. I'm surprised because I remember him when he was in Cincinnati. Now that ballpark plays really small, but he was even in Detroit, which was a bigger park. He drove the ball. He was a doubles. He was a run producer.
Right. That's the thing. He had, let's see, doubles 31, 33, 25, 36, 46. In Detroit, 58 the following season, Detroit/Chicago when he got traded. Then in Cincinnati, 11 in the shortened season, 38, and then it drops to 27 last year.
Yeah, what's that about?
It was the only season other than his 2016 season where he didn't reach 30 doubles.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to hit 40 bombs. He hit 34 in Cincinnati the 1 year, but I was hoping that he got to like 20 this year and hit 35 plus doubles. Dude, I don't know. The swing's disappointing.
It really is disappointing. I'm with you. Let's go back to it. Let's go to Keith. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Yo, Keith.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's happening, Keith?
Super long time listener, first time caller.
Welcome, buddy.
Oh, thank you. Something funny. I've never seen you before, but every time I hear your voice, I think of Tony Siragusa. I don't know why.
Really?
I just do.
The goose.
Really,
okay.
I never felt the need to call before because you guys were always on point with everything, but nobody has said anything except about P.J. Tucker. It's like we playing 4-on-5 a lot of times. Okay, last night he hit the threes, which we needed, but he disappears for long stretches.
Yes.
How can we survive that? It's like,
well, again, we have talked about him at times. Again, that was huge last night because he had again, he did nothing all game long, and then all of a sudden he banged those 4 threes like they were huge. And he's got to be able to do that. I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, we need more of it. It's like he doesn't. At times I forget he's on the floor.
Yes.
That's how invisible he is.
Yes.
He was brought in to be a defensive presence and a bull, but I saw times where he got the ball under the basket and he turned around to pass it off or dribble out.
Yeah, no, listen, I hear you. And I know they view him more like, he does give you toughness and all. I agree with you. I have not seen nearly enough from him. I just keep hoping playoff time you could use him, and then you could also, you're able to, he gives you some toughness, and you can use him to spell Joel at the 5, because I just don't think Paul Reed could play enough in the playoffs. I mean, I worry about that.
Yeah, Paul Reed, he's 23. He needs a lot more work. But PG at the 5 scared me too.
Yes.
I would love to see somebody get more of his minutes. I don't know who, maybe Melton or somebody else needs to get.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to have to look at it with the way all the matchups go. You're going to have to, kind of play it like that. But I agree with you. You got to get more. And look, last night, and Keith, last night, look at it. Maxey and Tobias got to give you more too.
We're 100 on that. He get lost at times. He is really soft. He don't have no killer instinct whatsoever. None.
He does play good defense on Tatum, though.
Yeah, he does. And y'all may think I'm crazy, but I'm more worried about Milwaukee. If we get them, I really think we beat Boston in 6. I honestly do. I'm concerned about Milwaukee. I'm not concerned about Boston.
Really?
Really. That's just, a lot of people say, man, you crazy. But we beat them in 6. Remember I said this. We beat them in 6.
All right, man, my brother, I hope so, baby. Listen, I love Keith. Listen, I can't lie to you. To me, I'm worried about that. If I get to Milwaukee, I get out of the second round, I'm feeling great because I actually think they match up better with Milwaukee than they do Boston. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
I love his confidence, though.
Yeah. So do I. Don't you? But don't you think that they match up better with Boston than they do with Milwaukee than they do with Boston?
Yeah, definitely. Which is why, when we had eyes on the 2 seed, 3 seed, we were hoping that Milwaukee would slip, and that would lead to an Eastern Conference Championship game of Sixers Celtics. But, it's the way that this is being set up, and we'll see. It's going to be a difficult series. As we were talking about yesterday, Celtics will go in as the favorite. And we'll see if Embiid can continue to be dominant, which we believe he is, and if James Harden can play the way that he did last night in a 7-game series. And they need more from Maxey.
You gotta get more from Tyrese. Yeah, that has to be. It just has to be. Let's go to where we at. Damon, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. James.
Guys, good afternoon. Shooters, good afternoon. And this wonderful hump day Wednesday. Go Phillies and baby, go Sixers.
I got to tell you, you make me smile, buddy. You just make me smile.
You make me smile because this is what I listen to you guys every day, as you know. But I love this joy in you, man. Joe last night in Hard, man. Joe, he was locked in from the gate, and you could tell that he was ready to carry the team, When they were down late in the fourth, and Doc put them, both he and Maxey back in, he got right to his spot, hit his shot, and then carried us home. So I know they didn't have Jaylen Brown, but to your point, it balances out because Maxey didn't have a good game. This is the second time that happened, actually third time I had a good game against Celtics. But he has to step up, so it kind of balances out in that sense. But with that said, I expect him to do better. And you're right, Tobias does a really good job of defending Tatum. I have a different take on Tucker, man. I know people want him to score more, but I haven't had a problem with him, man. I see the toughness in him in the rebounds that he gets. So obviously hitting those threes was a huge plus last night, a huge plus, man. So if he continues to do that, that's going to be a problem.
I need more activity out of him, though. When we come to the playoffs, I just got to get a little more activity from him because he does go through. He does. It feels like empty minutes sometimes with him.
Okay, and I think with the half court, the playoffs, the playoffs, it'll ramp up. But
I'm with you. Yeah.
What soured me last night was those refs at the end of the game. I mean, you can't. White clearly pushed Maxey out of bounds, right? Williams hooks Joe, and even at the end when Tatum shot the ball, Smart tried to do that fake, foul me game, and it's like that soured me. But man, aside from that, Joe was just phenomenal.
I mean, he was ridiculous, wasn't he? Oh my God, he was amazing.
He goes and dunks over the dude, not the first one, not the second one, the first one with the hook, the side dunk.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just crazy, man. And then when you because I have a question. We know they have to get out of the second round. Would you compare this to when the Bulls had to get over the hump with the Pistons?
I mean, you know what? It's not. It's similar, right? I mean, it's similar. I mean, that was Jordan was, I guess, a little, was he, 27, 26?
Yeah, because it took them, and then they finally got Pippen. It took them a couple of years when they did get Pippen.
Yeah.
Finally, you get over that.
I mean, listen, they're a little bit more veteran type of team because you have Harden in there and stuff. But, no, I mean, listen, it is what it is. That second round has been, the wall that they have not scaled, right? Like, you keep looking up at it. And, and that's why again, it's funny because you could see it. Like, if they could somehow beat the Celtics, they can win it all.
Yeah.
They go and win it all. Like, that's entirely, possible. Like, you get over that hump and then you feel invincible.
Yeah, and you could even argue that they should have won that game prior to that. Real quick before I go. So the other day, I was at the supermarket and I started reflecting on 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago last month that the pandemic hit us, right? And I was thinking about how we get to wait in line. I thought about you and Tunis with the show. And, the Vault was born out of the pandemic. And just to give you, I don't know if you guys have time to reflect. You guys were so creative with nothing to work with during that time. I mean, you had me watching Korean baseball at 4 in the morning. And I just reflected on that time and how you guys the show got stronger, man. And let's go, man. Rock out. But thank you guys as always, brother.
Thanks, brother. We appreciate it, baby. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was funny. That was I remember that too because I remember going, I need sports. I was dying. You remember how we were dying?
It's so funny that Damon brings that up. I had this conversation with Christy not too long ago. Just like, how wild it's been. Like, think about it. We got married right before COVID. COVID hits. She's pregnant. We have a baby, and obviously COVID's done, right? So much has happened in our lives in the last couple of years. We've lost loved ones and whatnot. And then I got into the conversation about how work was crazy. Dude, we do sports talk. I know we have fun and do other fun things, but ultimately it's a sports talk show. And we had no sports for a long time.
Well, but, yes. But what we really do is we talk, we're the town, center of Philadelphia. Right. So it's sports and it's everyday life. Like when 9/11 hit, I was working with Glenn Macnell, and Glenn and I mean, all we talked about was 9/11 for, we talked about the state of our country for weeks. So that's kind of what we did with COVID. But but as it went on, and we needed distraction because we didn't want to do. There were plenty of outlets that was doing, all the COVID talk, right? And that's not you come here for some escape. So the one thing that we have to do is provide a bit of escape, right? Like make people laugh, smile a little bit. Like that's what you come here for. You're not coming here to hear us pontificate on politics or whatever, right? We're here to kind of take your mind off of things because there's other places to go, right? We're here to make you smile, hopefully make you smile, hopefully make you feel good, and, talk about stuff that's enjoyable. Sports and food, right? And TV and movies and all that stuff. And that's kind of what our role is. And, you know, I mean, you got to know thyself, Charlie would say all the time.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it was a wild time, but we got through it.
But no sports was like.
I remember baseball kept they had labor negotiations going. They could have been the first sport back, and they weren't. They screwed that up.
Oh, in a monster way did they screw that up.
MLS was the first one back in Orlando.
Yeah,
I remember the Union.
They messed that up, you know, so badly.
They could have been the first sport back, and they just over money, man. That's what it came down to.
Well, it's that's
what it always comes down to. But it was ridiculous. But yeah, man, KBO, we were fired up.
Yeah, the KBO. Do you remember that?
Aaron Altair. We were watching Aaron Altair at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, that was the best. We were watching. We were loving it. We were watching. Korean baseball. 4 o'clock in the morning was just tremendous.
Betting on it too, which is just the worst part of it all. Probably. Here I am putting. Dude, I like this team. $10 on this team. Remember there was the Eagles.
Yes,
they weren't good though.
What was the? There was a couple major leaguers I remember. I'm trying to remember some of the teams now. I just remember waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning because we were talking about it.
Yeah, watching baseball.
Or 5 o'clock, wherever it was. Waking up early and talking about it. It was funny. All right. So let's do this. Let's take a quick TO. We're going to come back, and I'm pumped up because we're going to talk to another great baller. Maddie Segrist is going to join us from Villanova, right? Who just tremendous. So really looking forward to talking to Maddie. She had one of the great years ever. So we're going to talk to her about her career. We'll get her thoughts on the tournament and the Sixers, the whole thing. Lots to do. 610-632-0975. We'll get back to your calls as well on a great Wednesday right here. Beautiful day across the Delaware Valley. Cuz Radio with the Tunis, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? First of all, congratulations. What an amazing career you had in Villanova.
Thank you. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, what was some of the highlights? I mean, the whole thing about Villanova basketball, and it's funny, my niece Dominic is a season ticket holder, and, has followed your career the whole time. She goes to Villanova Law, and just the ball, it's just incredible. It's so exciting.
Yeah, there's been so many highlights over my career. I've been so fortunate to play with so many great players, and, they make my job easy.
And, of course, you got the draft coming up Monday night, the WNBA draft. You're going to be a top 5. What are your plans for it?
So I'm actually heading out to L.A. tomorrow for the Wooden Award, and then fly right to New York, and I'll be in the city for the draft, which is super excited.
You're going to have your family and everybody come with you?
Yeah, so you only get a few tickets, so my parents will come in, and then I'll meet all my brothers and sisters and friends and family, probably down the street afterwards.
Oh, that's great. A big party. That's going to be incredible. And especially you, because, knowing a little bit about you, you're very humble. You're not one for the spotlight and all this stuff. Does it make you feel a little uncomfortable with everybody kind of wanting a piece of you?
You know what? I just try to think, it's only going to be like this for so long in your life. And, you got to soak it all up and enjoy it and, go for every opportunity. So just try to make the most of it, especially knowing this time's so special.
It is. And listen, that's the right attitude, because right now, you're going to be afforded a pulpit, right? This is a great time for you. You could, really help the sport, help grow the game, and listen, this is a fun time for you. You earned it. You're a hell of a ball player, man.
Oh, thank you.
When did you fall in love with the game?
I started playing CYO pretty early on, probably 3rd or 4th grade, but middle school is when I really started to, like basketball better than any of the other sports I played, and started putting in a little bit of extra work.
Did you play with your siblings? Was any rivalry going on there?
Oh, yeah. So I'm the oldest of 4, and we're all within 6 years. So we played a lot of 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 growing up.
That's the best, isn't it? Like, there's nobody you want to beat more than your family, your brothers and sisters, man. Forget about it.
Yeah, my brother's 1 year younger than me, so we played 1-on-1 forever.
Oh, that's great. What's his name?
George.
You and George going head to head at. Oh, that's fantastic, man. That's great. And you got the ultimate victory because you're gonna be there Monday night. You're gonna be a top 5 pick, and I'm sure there's nobody more proud of you than George.
Oh yeah. We used to go at it all through middle school and stuff, and now he couldn't be. He's my biggest supporter.
Oh, that's fantastic. There's some, and you know what? It's funny. I got kids 10 and 13, and they both played CYO basketball, the whole thing, and I coach and all, and it's the greatest thing in the world for kids to play ball, and they're not all going to be Maddie Seagrass, but listen, it's such a great thing for them to fall in love with the game, and it's good for them,
Yeah, I mean, I think sports teaches you a lot about, not only yourself, but how to handle adversity, how to be a good teammate. And it all translates over in life.
It does. And, look, I think about where you're at right now and what you're about to, the incredible career you had and what you're about to embark on. And I know that, I'm sure you can go back to, playing as a kid and, your coaches and everybody, and you can point to, those benchmarks during your life that really helped you become a terrific player and really give you the confidence to move on like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think, just playing, having a variety of different sports, just helped me growing up. And then, once I started focusing on basketball, I've been really fortunate to play for a lot of good coaches who, have steered me in the right direction.
And so, Matt, I got to ask you, because it's the women's tournament drew a rating of 9.9 million households. It was incredible. This year, it just blew up. And a couple things. One, just your overall reaction. And two, what do you think, why do you think now the reason is? Like, what do you think, why did people really find it and really just fell in love with it?
Well, my initial reaction is it's great. I mean, I'm so happy that, women's sports, women's basketball is starting to get, the recognition, the media attention that, I think it definitely deserves. I think the women's game is, super exciting. I think, this year there was a lot of, star players, which I think really helped, grow the game because everybody follows somebody or they follow a team. And there were so many strong teams. Like, even though South Carolina was the heavy favorite, I felt like anyone could beat anybody. And we saw that. We saw, probably the most upsets in March Madness for the women in a long time.
Yeah, and I do. I think you're right about the idea that when you stay, like you stayed at Villanova and, people got to know who you were. They got to learn about you and your game. And when you compare to the men's that were a lot of the great players, they're leaving early for the NBA or there's a lot of transfer portal stuff. So I do think that consistency in the women's game really kind of helps it. It helps people, being able to follow it and follow through the tournament.
Yeah, for sure, especially through your college. I feel like the fans get to almost see you grow up when you get there and you're an 18-year-old, and by the time you graduate and you're a senior, they really see you at such a formative time in your life.
What did you think, by the way, about the gesture gate that happened in both the semifinals and the final?
Everybody plays with a lot of passion and emotion. I think, that makes it more, that makes the game exciting. That's what, the fans want to see. Everybody shows their emotions differently. And in that moment, you're so excited you won a national championship.
So, Maddie, I'm just curious. We're talking to Maddie Seacrest, and who from Villanova, who will be a top 5 selection Monday night in the WNBA draft. Maddie, who some of the players that you like to watch that were influences, and did you get a chance to see Embiid last night against the Celtics?
Yeah, I did. I did catch a few minutes of that game. I mean, he's a beast. Nobody could stop him. And players that I always watch, I lived near Marist College, so I watched their women's team a lot. I watched Brianna Stewart, Deladon, all the big names now that are superstars in WNBA.
Yeah, it's cool. It really is. So a few years ago, we did. A friend of mine directed a movie I helped out called The Mighty Max, and it chronicles Kathy Rush, who was an amazing pioneer in the women's game. And so Philadelphia and this region, she was at Immaculata, and this region has a long history of women's basketball and basketball in general. And so it's really kind of cool that that here you are, and as the sport grows and you make your mark in it.
Yeah, I mean, just hearing about Philly basketball, not until I really got here and was immersed in it, did I really understand how deep the roots are and how strong, the connections are. And I'm so happy to be a part of it and, to be a part of that history. And there's just so many strong coaches, players from this area. I feel like everyone you talk to in the basketball world has some connection to Philly. They grew up there, they played there, something. And I'm just so happy to be a part of it.
That's awesome. Well, listen, we're happy to have you, and we're proud of your accomplishments. What an incredible career you had. All right, I need one thing from you. You always got to hate the Celtics for me, okay?
All right, I will.
Maddie, good luck in the draft. I hope you go. I hope you go as one. All right, we'll be rooting for you wherever you go.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Maddie. Maddie Seacrest with us on the Comcast Business Hotline. As it is true, Chunas, the history of basketball. Like when you go back to the roots of the game are here. Like Philadelphia plays a huge part in it. So it was great to have Maddie on.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I mean, it just furthers. We talk about the game, from high school to college to the NBA to the officials. I mean, Philadelphia in basketball has been, a big deal.
Yeah. I would just like a couple more banners in Philadelphia when it comes to basketball.
I know. Listen, that's a separate conversation.
That's all.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's a separate conversation. I'm more right now. I was just thinking about, just the role that we play.
Look, Big Five basketball. By the way, you know what they're announcing tomorrow? They're announcing what the bracket, or I don't know if they're doing the bracket or the schedule, but we'll find out tomorrow how the Big Five, now City 6 tournament's going to be next year.
Yeah, I'm glad they're doing that.
I am too. It was sad. Remember last year there was the doubleheader and nobody went to the Palestra, but they also don't market it well. So I'm glad that they're marketing this as a tournament, and it's going to be a round-robin tournament, and you get all the schools together. And now that Villanova's not a powerhouse, which is a sad thing, but now that they're not a powerhouse, this might actually be like an even tournament,
Yeah, actually, you're right. You're
because
right.
if that's Jay Wright and they're the third in the country, there's no point of doing a tournament because they roll. But now you got a City 6. Like, that's cool. Like, I'm excited. As a Temple alum, you as well. Like, I'm in on this, man.
Yeah. Listen, the more when you think about, that, and we talked yesterday a lot about college basketball and about how, the game is really kind of went dark in a lot of ways. Something like to revive it would be a big deal.
Yeah, so I'm in on this. Like, I hope this is something where we're doing a show from it. You know what I mean? Like, that's
actually a good idea.
Yeah, damn right. This is cool. Like, I'm glad that they're doing this, and I'm glad that Drexel's involved too. You're going City 6. That's awesome. It's going to be a good little fun in-season tournament.
Yeah, no, I like that a lot. So, what's funny? So I'm doing the show because my Achilles, I still can't drive, right? So I got my Achilles in this boot with this treatment going on. So I'm doing the show from home, and I told you we have Oogway the turtle.
I'm watching the video as we speak.
All right, and so where I'm doing the show, I'm facing the tank that has Oogway the turtle, and he's freaking out. Like he loves this. Like he's looking at me, and then he's trying to climb the glass of the tank. You see it?
Yeah, it's awesome. He's trying to get out. He wants to see Cuff and Link.
So here's my question. Because they were talking about him, right, the other day, the kids, and they were saying they should get him a friend.
Oh, I love that. Christy wanted to get Lilia, the dog, a friend at one point. And, it's always they got to get the pet a friend.
I know, but part of me goes, are they right? Like, here's the question.
I know. I feel bad. The dog, look, I love my dog. As you know, you've met the dog. She's a great dog. But obviously, she takes a bit of a back seat right now because we got little Coop, right? And so I feel bad. She gives me the puppy dog eyes 6 times a day just to get a pet. It's so sad. And I go, I'm glad we don't have another dog because I would feel bad for 2 dogs now. Don't forget about the cat. The cat's just like, screw you guys. I'm on my own. But I do feel bad for little Lilia. She doesn't have a friend to play with.
Yeah, see, I think you might have to just do it.
Oh, I'm not doing it.
I
have to train another puppy while I'm, trying to help Coop walk. Come on, man.
You don't believe in the friend?
I already got no, not right now. No, not right now. No, Lily's good. She'll, she's got Coop. That's her friend.
Oh my
They're
God.
buddies. She follows him around.
Oh, that's great. It is hysterical because I've gotten inundated with the friend all the time. Because then they were talking about a friend for Oogway, and then they were talking about a friend for Goots, another sheepdog.
Oh no!
And I was like, I don't know if I could do 2 Gootses, man.
Now, could Goots handle a friend?
That's another thing. I don't know that the Goots can handle
my
a friend.
best friend, they wanted a second dog. And they did the take-home test where they brought the dog home from the adoption center. And the dog that they currently have, right, the first dog, did not handle it well. Started tearing things apart,
Really?
Oh, yeah. So they unfortunately had to They did not pass the take-home test, and that dog fortunately got adopted by a different family. But they wanted a second dog, but dog number one wasn't having it.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Now you got me thinking. Is it smart?
Well, the turtle, how hard could it be?
Right.
You could have 12. You know what I mean? Right. As long as you're putting enough food in there. 2 dogs is hard, man.
I know it is, dude.
Now you have help, Moss and Ant are at least competent, right? Like, I don't know how much they help you out with things, but
quite frankly, time does all the work. I don't.
Right, but they can at least, if the dog wants to go outside, they can let the dog out. Like they know how to open a door. Like Coop can't do it. You know what I mean? Like he can't do anything.
Right. Yeah, for you, I think you're probably right.
If we had a second dog, we would have needed to have done this, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Plus, she's still got all the puppy energy. She's 5 and has, the energy of a 1-year-old.
But I get the Coop that must be his best buddy.
Oh yeah, they love each other. He says Dada and Lily, and her name's Lilia, so he can say Lily. So he says Dada and Lily and not Mama. She loves it. It really makes Christy happy.
Oh my God!
So yeah, the order of importance is Dad, dog, then Mom.
Oh my God, that's fabulous. Oh, I feel bad. Poor Christy, man.
Yeah. Nah, she's good. He smiles at her the most, but says Dad and Lily.
That's a great victory for you,
dude.
You know that, man.
Huge. Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's the best. I loved, what's funny, because I love what Maddie said about playing with her brother and her siblings. Because there's nothing like that sort of thing. Like I had it with my cousin. So my cousin I always talk about, my cousin Joe, he's like 3.5 years older than me, right? And I mean, he was a good ball player, great athlete, the whole thing. And so, I'll never forget the first time I actually legitimately beat him.
Oh, you probably celebrated.
Oh my God, dude! It was like a feat, right? Like when I got to beat him, and it was like legit that I beat him, because forever he would go, I'll spot you. We'll play to whatever. Play to 11. I'll spot you. 8. Whatever he would do.
Right.
And then or whatever. Like he'd let you. I just remember being a kid, and he'd let you get out to a lead and then come back, like I did with Massimo.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
And then I'll never forget when I actually beat him. It was actually a big deal. So Maddie telling the story of playing with her brother is a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Hey, what a great story, man.
Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. Let's go to Glenn. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. G?
Yo, what's going on, boys? What's happening?
What's happening, G? What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, by the way, Tunis, definitely don't get the second dog, man. Definitely don't do it, especially the other ones, man. No. Listen, the fact that Cooper is so little, right? You're going to obviously focus a lot of attention on him, right? Because I will say, right, you say that they need a friend or anything like that, right? But at some point, the dog becomes your focus again, because my kids are now 22 and 17, or about to be 18, and I like my dog way better than I like my kids now. So, it starts where you focus on the dog, right? Right, exactly. And then the kids, then you love the kids. Listen, I love my kids, but they're a pain in the ass. I mean, they're 22 and 17. They drive me crazy. They're slowly putting me in the grave. So I love my dog, and he loves me more than the kids love me too. So that's the other thing. So anyway, I need a glass of bullet on the rocks right now, man. I'm telling you. But anyway, I digress. Hey, by the way, you're talking about the, I guess in about 2 o'clock or so, the Temple introduces a new head coach too, right? So
yeah.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, people say you hear good things about him. So.
No, absolutely, yeah, no, that's good. I mean, he helped recruit a lot of the guys from the area to go to Miami. But listen, if I was talented, and I had a chance to go to Miami, I'd be down there too. But so that's always a good good draw. But hey, real quick with the Sixer game last night. I'm out of town, so I didn't get a chance to see it. But I'm trying to keep updated on the ESPN app, right? And they're up by 7, and I see it's close game, back and forth. The Sixers are up 4, up 7, and then it gets to the end of the game, and I'm wondering why this thing won't refresh. And I'm saying there's like 3-pointer, foul, and I'm like, what the hell's happening? I'm like, Maxey steps out of bounds. Embiid called for off, and I'm like, what the hell's going on at the end of the game?
I mean, no, listen, like we're celebrating Embiid, right? Like the Embiid was amazing, but that game got entirely too close. They couldn't finish the game. I mean, let's face it. Right. Tatum actually has a look to tie the game.
Right. I mean, same thing. If you think about, they blew the big lead the last time down here, right? I mean, listen, it's good that they got the win, right? Gets their confidence up and everything like that. And when we get to the playoffs, you're going to need a game like that where someone's going to have to step up, because what you're going to get out of Maxey, Harden, and Joel. But you're going to need Tucker to hit those shots. You're going to, that's what he's here for, to play defense and hit the occasional three.
He's got to hit those shots, dude. Has to hit those shots. That's a prerequisite. He's got to be able to do that, man.
And someone's going to, whether it's him or somebody else stepping up, that's what we're going to see. Hey, and one last thing real quick. I know you're a big movie guy, and I kind of stumbled on this movie a couple months ago. Old Henry. Have you seen Old Henry?
No. Who was in that?
It's kind of a Western, right? I forget what the one guy's name is, but he was in. He's one of the guys that was in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Obviously, he's not Clooney. He's not John Turturro.
Right.
He's the other brother who gets out of jail. He's in it, and then Steven Dorff is in it, right? And so, I can't say too much. You just got to watch Old Henry when you get a chance. It is kind of a low-key Western, but it's really intense and it's suspenseful, and it's got to kind of have a twist at the end.
It's that Tim Blake Nelson.
Yes, Tim Blake Nelson.
Also starred in Holes.
Right. Oh, well, sure, yeah, he was one of those guys in Holes. That's a movie right up your alley when you were growing up, right? Holes?
Yeah.
Damn right, I'm still getting an aunt to watch it with the kids.
Yeah.
You got to show them the movie, man.
Yeah, I do. No, you're right about that. Thanks, G. Good stuff, buddy. We'll come right back. Also, a chance to win the tailgate party tickets tomorrow from our friends at Philly Sports Trips. That's tomorrow for the opener. It's going to be a blast. Charlie's going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. 610-632-0975. We'll have 3 winners that we will give away tickets over the next between now and 2 o'clock. Lots to do as we sit here on a beautiful Wednesday. We got a little taste of it. Can the Sixers beat the Celtics in 7? Can we get that? Oh, I want nothing more. We'll get back to your calls in just a moment. Let me tell you about Daniel's Plumbing and my man All right, 12:51 across the Delaware Valley. How's Radio Tunis? We got a little Phillies baseball. I'm curious to see how well Nola is going to play today. How he's going to pitch today. You got a vibe, buddy?
Bounce back.
Yeah?
Yeah, bounce back. Actually, it's Matt Gelb tweeted out that it's starting to get ugly in New York, so the storms are coming tomorrow. It's starting to get windy and cold there. So hopefully the wind's blowing in. That would help.
Okay.
So if the wind's blowing in, that's a good sign for Nola, unless the curveball floats.
Yeah.
Because that happened his last outing. He started floating a few of those curveballs.
It's not going to rain. It's still going to get the game in, right?
Yes.
Interesting to see where the I guess listen, he has to, dude. He's got to, he's got to figure that out sooner than later. That's a big deal for him.
Yeah, he does, and it's just funny, man. He was dominant through 3 innings, and just fell apart.
Well, that's the thing I worry about. Is less than listen. If he's in a groove, and it's when he gets in trouble. Couple runners on where he slows down. That's the one issue when you're dealing with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy that it's the same story every year.
Yeah, I know. It is. It's the truth.
And it's funny. Like he gets through the 4th and the 5th, you're like, oh, dude, he's good. He's going the distance.
What's the? What I didn't see the lineup. I heard you say it.
Yes.
Pache's in.
Pasha, yeah. So Brandon Marsh hit one off his ankle yesterday. Was in the starting lineup, came out with a mid-left ankle sprain. He'll be day to day. So the lineup today, Turner, Schwarber, Realmuto, Derek Hall batting cleanup at first base, Nick Castellanos DHing, batting 5th. So come on, Nick, need you here. Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, Jake Cave, and that Christian Pache batting 9th.
Yeah, all right.
When does Boehm move up is the question. He batted 3rd yesterday because JT was out.
He's locked in right now. He's locked. He looks good.
You know what else looking good? Stott's looking good.
Yes.
And you know what is helping him?
What's that?
The shift.
Yes.
He poked one through the hole yesterday that would have been that typical second baseman standing out shallow right field.
Yeah.
And gets it. Good hitters are going to thrive this year.
Yeah.
Right? Like not just power hitters. Kyle Schwarber had the double yesterday down the first base line. That's normally fielded because the second baseman is shaded to his left, which makes the first baseman on the line, and the first baseman makes the play.
Yeah, it's funny. The game itself, I've been enjoying it, and a lot of people have.
I've had no problems with anything that's taken place so far.
It's been a lot. I think it's almost been a lot of fun.
Did you see Machado got ejected yesterday?
Yeah.
So he gets rung up. It was a 3-2 pitch. He gets rung up because of the pitch clock. Now, it's weird, right? Because he's taking his time adjusting everything, right? Adjusting the batting gloves and blah, blah, blah. Right at 8 seconds, he puts his hand up to call time. The umpire didn't award him time, and because it was 8 seconds and he wasn't ready, it was strike 3. And, of course, Machado started barking at him. Somebody did some lip reading, and it looked like he called the umpire a D-bag, which got him ejected.
It's great.
But that's the biggest thing. Like yesterday, I have no problem with the pitch clock. The only thing I agreed with was when somebody tweeted out about the World Baseball Classic and how maybe the 9th inning shouldn't have a pitch clock. Because, there's the theater of baseball.
I love that concept.
And here's so yesterday, Kimbrel's struggling a little bit, and he had no time to regroup. Kimbrel's got he does the weird arm out thing when he gets the sign, and he's got to do it real quick now. He can't, take as much time as he normally does. And you go, all right, I could see where a closer who is used to taking their time, they're throwing 1 inning, right? That's their spot, the 9th inning. I could see closer struggling with it a little bit.
Yeah, because
you just got to take the ball and throw.
But you also know the closer mentality.
Totally different than any other inning.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's why there's guys that can't live in the ninth inning.
Yep.
Right? Like, how many times they trotted out Hector Neris to be a closer on this team, and he would get rocked, but he'd pitch in the eighth inning, and he'd be lights out.
Yep.
It was the mindset of being in the ninth inning.
You just couldn't. You have guys that just can't. It doesn't translate. It's bizarre, but it's the truth.
That's why I said to you, and I'm sure somebody's going to be like, wow, what an excuse. Gregory Soto's first outing this year was awful. He was also in the fourth inning of the game.
Yeah, that's not it. Listen,
no reliever is ready to throw.
Sir Anthony got ripped and got rocked too the other day.
And look, you don't think the reliever goes, oh man, Aaron Nola's on the mound? I got at least till the sixth inning.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden it's, Gregory, he's in a jam. We got to get you ready and loose.
Yeah.
So there's also relievers that can't handle the third or fourth inning well.
That's right. I'm curious.
Such creatures of habit.
By the way, Scherzer got beat up last night.
He did. That? He did, and
he gave up like it was like 3 straight bombs. It was immense. It was amazing. 3 straight bomb to the Brewers. That kid Mitchell. It was like, wow. I'm not used to that. Milwaukee beat him up.
Yeah, they did. Milwaukee beat him up. It's been a fun start to this. I know, people are upset that the Phillies are, 1-4, but it's been a pretty fun start to the season. The Rays are undefeated, 5-0.
Yeah, they're good.
Twins got some arms. Now all of a sudden they're 4-1.
Yeah.
Stroh's coming out the gate slow.
The team is still Atlanta.
Oh my God, yeah.
They're a machine, aren't they?
Yeah, they just got arms and bats, nonstop.
Oh my God, they're ridiculous. They just come at you all the time in waves. All right, 610-632-0975. Let's go to VG. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. VG.
What's up, dudes?
What's going on, VG?
Man, I'm a big proponent. You know me. I'm active in the dog rescue world and stuff. Big proponent of the 2 dogs. Especially if you're tied up with the kid and the family. The dogs are pack animals, man. They just chill. When you guys go out as a family, the dogs together.
So you go double dog. You're a double dogsman.
I'm a double dog guy. Well, we did it once. I mean, I've had double dogs now for the last 20 years. We did it once, and we just realized such a big difference. Keeps the older dog younger. They just happy. Right now, I'm working. I got a puppy right now, 9 months old, licking the ear of my 6-year-old. They're just chilling out on the floor right now, having a good time.
So here you go, Tunis, double dog. VG says double dog.
You get a 1-year-old, you can get a senior dog. You don't have to train that much. It's just they like the camaraderie.
All right, well, let me take care of my 1-year-old first before I get one more dog.
Listen,
you got a yard. It's so easy, man. I mean, I got 2 border collies basically in 600 square feet in the center city.
I would love to have a second dog. It's just let me focus on this one real quick. He's still peeing and pooping his pants.
To the game and have 2 dogs run around the yard. It's all good, man. You can multitask. I believe in you, Tunas. Hey, I just a PSA out there. Speaking of dogs, Inquirer today saying coyotes are running around North Wildwood. Keep your dogs and cats inside.
Coyotes? What?
Yeah, in North Wildwood.
In Wildwood?
Yeah, they're trying to beat the short traffic. Get down there early.
What's that about?
When I saw the headline. I thought it was clickbait, but no, it's real, man.
It makes sense.
Going on down there.
It makes sense. I mean, when you drive down there, you go through the Pine Barrens, and maybe they just made a. They smelled the Manco and Manco.
Wildwood Boardwalk opened early. I'm down there checking out the sights.
Hey, want some Max?
Last night, great night. Phils win, Sixers win, Oilers win, and I got to say, we have to appreciate Embiid. When you think about everything, he started this game. He didn't even play until he was 15 or 16 years old.
Yeah.
He came here. He was the 25th ranked prospect at 7-1, according to Rivals coming out. He needed time to mature, learn the game, grow up a little bit, adjust. And he's done everything right. He's gotten in shape. He doesn't party. He drinks we were complaining about him drinking Shirley Temples. He's not out partying. People see him around town. I've never heard anyone say he's a jerk to them around town. He's always nice. He plays pickup games of basketball, tennis, and he dominates. I just don't understand why, I don't know, people don't hop on him right now and just enjoy what's happening. Because it's mind mind-blowing. He's playing at a Hakeem level right now, which I never thought we'd see a Sixers center better than Moses, but we are.
No, I know, dude. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. I mean, what he's doing, it's unbelievable.
Last night, I mean, he got major props in the late ESPN last night because they called out the Sixers' performance as a team was pathetic last night. It was all Embiid. He just dominated it. And I forget what host even said, the MVP race is over after that performance last night.
Yeah, well, you know, it helps, too. It's national TV. It's TNT. It's everybody saw it. I mean, you know, even the biggest jackals out there, right? They're the biggest hot takers and all this other analytic people. They just got to go, all right, well, I mean, how could you not vote for him after last night?
Right, and, you know, they were missing some pieces, but when Joker plays us as Embiid's out, no one's saying, I mean, he puts up points and no one's saying, well, it's not because, you know, Sixers were missing pieces. I'm over this. I don't know what it is with the Joker, but it's not even close this year. It shouldn't have been close last year with the defense he plays. I mean, he's going to be the scoring champ 2 years in a row at the center position, and he plays different than Joker, but the center position is not what it was, and Embiid's playing it almost in an old-school way. It's impressive.
It really is, dude. I'm with you. I mean, sometimes I marvel at what this guy's done. And you bring up a great point, which is he just started, he just learned this game. Like, this game is relatively new to him in that sense.
Yeah, I just saw on Twitter, probably during the commercial break, there was somebody that tweeted the photos of him in high school, right, where he's got zero muscle on him, right, and that's when he's first finding out the game of basketball. And he just continues. That's why he continues to get better, because he's continuing to learn how to play the sport.
So let me throw this at you, because I'm curious. When we think about him and greatness, again, is he? And when I start thinking about it, like if I did the GOAT list, we always do the GOAT list, and sometimes we do it on Fridays. But if we do the GOAT list of the greatest athletes ever, and you know we do this every once in a while, it crops up, but I mean, he's the best Sixer. I mean, listen, Doc was electrifying and elegant and beautiful and a great player. And, you know, the Sixers get him toward the mid toward, you know, like he's in his, you know, we're looking at 30, I guess. And so it's more toward the end, the middle, but like the electrifying young Doc was in New Jersey, right? Was in the ABA.
Right.
You know, Embiid's better. Like right now, like, you know, routinely getting you 40, 50 in 30-some minutes. I mean, AI is a tremendous talent, and Barkley was a tremendous talent. But if you go modern day, post-Wilt, because I can't really speak to it, you got to say Embiid's the best Sixer ever, right?
Yeah, I would think so. And our man M from the Northeast, who's in his 70s, he's seen Wilt, and he gives the nod to Embiid.
So then you got, let's go Eagles. The greatest Eagles, you got to look to the Hall of Fame. You got Reggie White, right? Dawkins. And when you think about that, I mean, Reggie was amazing. Like, Reggie might be close. Like Reggie White was ridiculous. You know, I'll even throw T.O. in there.
Yeah, have to.
Right? Because we'll look at, you know, if they played here.
Right.
You know, baseball, you got Halladay. I'm just like Carlton, Schmidt.
I guess you
Carlton,
put,
Schmitty.
You know, Jim Thome in there if you're considering whole career, 600 plus.
Right. I mean, and then you got 88.
Lindros, yeah.
And then all the older players. I mean,
yeah, he's in the conversation for sure.
You're looking at the greatest ever. Schmidt being the best third baseman ever. Reggie White close to being the best.
Yeah, at their position,
defensive end ever. You know, Embiid probably comes in. What? Maybe would you make Embiid third there? Would Schmidt still have to be number one? The best player at his position.
Yeah, and MVPs, and he's won.
And Reggie
he won
White,
a World Series.
I mean, when this is funny because this is a geek type topic. That
it totally is. Yeah, I mean, you might have to put him at third. Lindros, if he was healthy, probably could have been third.
He was ridiculous,
if not higher. For all we know. But because of the health, and Embiid, I know Embiid's had an injury history, but I mean, the guy just keeps on performing. He might be third.
You got, and I guess until, man, it's just these slew of games like this year, and maybe it's, you want to you chronicle it by seasons because the body of work isn't done yet. Because there's still a chance that, he still has to keep doing it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe we chronicle it by the greatest seasons. That'd be an interesting top 10.
Well, yeah, it's a way to look back. I mean, dude, I'm scrolling.
If you went to top 10 greatest seasons ever by a Philadelphia athlete.
Dude, I'm just looking at these, right? 52, 46, 37, 31, 38, 36, 34, 39, 39, 40. This stretch, the beginning of the month of March, I'll go in order. 35 points, 31, 42, 39, 39, 34, 36, 38, 31, 37, and then has only 12 against the Bulls when he played 16 minutes, and then 46 points the next game.
Dude.
And then he takes a dip, 28, 25, 25, 28 before he gets 52 last night.
Those numbers are, wow. Think about those numbers for a second.
Yeah, these are some crazy stretches. This is December. 53. Hold on, let me go before that. 35, 39, 38, 53, 31, 34, 28, 22, 44, 35, 48, 37. Another 16 spot. That was against the Thunder, so, he didn't really play. And then 42 the next game. I mean, it's 40s and upper 30s. And my God, how do you not marvel at this?
Yeah, those numbers they're pretty sick, dude.
And he doesn't stat pad or anything like that.
No, he doesn't. That's the truth. Those are some sick numbers, dude. Sick numbers. When you think about that, and as you go chronicle those numbers, you're rattling them off. I remember AI. I remember AI. Go back to that 2001 season. I like to look at some of his games were absurd. Some of his games were ridiculous.
Sure.
So I want to go back and take a look at those. Maybe this will be a good GOAT Friday of the top 10 seasons ever. Because this season, I don't know. I don't know how this is a tough season to top.
Dude, hold on. This was January and February for Iverson. 30, 32, 44, 27, 38, 31, 47, 32, 37, 26, 49, 40, 42, 26, 36, 43, 47, 26, 27, 41. And no days off during all that.
Yeah, how many games did he play that season?
That season, because he did miss some time. Gotta hit the old back button here. That season, Iverson played 71 games.
And he played 71 games.
Right, yeah, exactly. He didn't take any nights off.
Like they were to the fullest, those 71 games.
So I was blessed. I came up at a good time. You know what I mean? Being able to watch Iverson.
Yeah. Wow,
Think about kids now seeing Embiid. I've seen a lot of Embiid jerseys out there again.
Yeah, man. The Embeast. All right, let's take a quick TO. We got one more segment to hang out. It's a nice, long, juicy one. So let's go over this. Let's start off the nominees. All right, this is what I want from you guys. I need the nominees for the greatest seasons ever. And then we can look up stats. We can help out. But off the top of your head, you can even just hit me with some of the greatest seasons so we can start narrowing it down. That's a fun little project that we'll do. So we'll start today. And here's the other thing. We're over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to give away 3 passes to the Philly Sports Trips tailgate tomorrow. It's an awesome tailgate, food and beer and Charlie and the Skip, Junis. So we got 2 passes to give away, 3 sets of 2 for you and a buddy. So let us know. We want to line you up. Give us the nominee, and then we'll put you guys all in the running if you want to go tomorrow. 610-632-0975, Cuz Radio with the Tunis. And meanwhile, tomorrow, we will also be out and about in South Philadelphia All right, welcome back. Cuz Radio, the truth. Yes. Tunes, when you think about the great seasons, the times when you were uplifted, and again, this is going to be just Philadelphia sports. What are we thinking? What comes to mind first?
What comes to mind?
Ryan Howard one?
Yep. Thank you. 58 bombs, 149 ribbies. Oh, by the way, that power hitter, all he does is hit home runs. Batted .313 that year. Struck out only 181 times. 25 doubles, dude.
Yeah, like that's a year for the ages. Like we're talking about Embiid. That's a year for the ages, right?
Yes.
That's a season that comes out in just, in my. Now, is this where you're doing the two dogs? This is where you're saying, Ant, there's no way in the world you should get another dog.
Yeah, that'd be tough for you.
Yeah.
By the way, 182 hits, too. So he's close to 200. Like, this is a power hitter.
So, again, we've seen MVPs, right? So that season was one of the greatest ever.
It was incredible. And I'll also give you another Philly who won an MVP in my lifetime, J-Roll. The 2020 season. He went, the year he won MVP, it was 2007? So 2007. He leads the league he played all 162 games, led the league in runs scored with 139, had 20 triples, led the league. 20 triples, dude. 38 doubles, 30 home runs, 94 ribbies, 41 stolen bases, batted .296. Struck out just 85 times that year.
Oh, my God.
Like, that's a ridiculously good season. 212 hits.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest ever. Like, when you think about it, that's why you go MVP.
I just love it, dude. It was like the triple. Remember he hits the triple on his final at-bat of the season?
Yes.
Like, that was so cool. That's what got him in the 2020 club.
Yeah.
Triple on the final at-bat of his season.
Yeah, dude, that was one of the most, I forget about what an incredible season.
And remember, he was we're the team to beat. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see you next week for the playoffs. I remember. So I was at that game because it was the fan appreciation last game of the season, and they had the video board up, right? And they needed to win, and they needed the Mets to lose to get into the playoffs. And they had like the video of all the players and coaches thanking the fans. And I still remember they had Jimmy Rollins saying like, "See you next season." Then they showed somebody else, say Ryan Howard being like, "Oh, we love you guys, blah, blah." And then they cut back to Jimmy Rollins going, "I mean, see you next week." Which was like, that was so cool. Like, this was a pre-recorded thing. And he knew they were making the playoffs. He knew they were making the playoffs to the point where he had a pre-recorded video where he said, I mean, see you next week. Like, that was awesome.
Yeah, so he was electrifying during that period.
Yeah, he was the catalyst of that team.
He was, you forget, because he could spray the ball.
Oh, yeah.
He had decent pop for his size. He could run. He had great range. That's funny. Like, now that we're thinking about it. So real quick, and then I'll get to the phone lines again. 610-632-0975. So what's your first reaction to Trey Turner?
So far? Oh my God, I love it.
Like, just watching him. What stands out? Because he's so fluid, dude.
Well, the thing that stands out the most is his electric speed.
Yeah.
The first game where he hits the triple, he pokes it down the right field line. He stopped at second base and then did a 60-foot sprint and got to third.
Yeah.
And it was in a blink of an eye. So that electric speed alone is something that's going to get people excited. When it gets warmer out, man, and he starts lifting the ball too, like, that's another 2020 candidate right there.
I know.
20 triples is hard.
Yeah,
But,
20 triples is actually ridiculous.
Which is crazy that Jimmy Rollins did that.
Right, like when you think about that, that's ridiculous that you're able to get to the 2020. I mean, that's unbelievable. When I think about, how about Larry? Larry says, would you put the Bryce Harper MVP season up there? But you're going to get, the season has to be completely dynamic. Now, obviously it was, but it's got to like just leap off.
It's not his fault they didn't make the playoffs, but not making the playoffs sucks.
Right.
Like J-Roll that season, that came down to game 162.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To get to the playoffs. By the way, here's your 2020 club members. J-Roll, as we know. Willie Mays. That Frank Schulte for the 1911 Cubs. All right. So that happens. And there was one other. And I forgot about how nasty this guy was. That Curtis Granderson. 23 home runs. Yes. 23 home runs, 23 triples, dude. 38 doubles and 26 stolen bases.
Damn.
They did it the same year.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How wild's that? Like, baseball's so ridiculous. You've had it twice since 1911, and then in 2007, two guys do it in the same year. And now you haven't had it since.
Yeah, that's wild. That's the thing about it's funny because that is the thing about baseball. The freakish nature of the numbers.
Right. It's the first time this happened since 1957, and it's happened twice.
Yeah.
And now it's been 16 years.
Yeah.
And nobody's hitting triples anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, who's going to hit 20 triples?
All right, so I just want to get, because I need recommendations for seasons, so you guys got to look them up for me. But remember, it's not national, it's all local. Because, like my man Hutch says, what about Randy Moss in 98 and 07? And they were spectacular, amazing seasons. But I want to go local with Embiid. Like, is this, because here's what I need. I need perspective. And perspective on this season that we see Joel, like what the season he's having, can only be compared to the greatest seasons ever. So I'm trying to get back to the 10 greatest seasons that we've ever witnessed.
Now, would you put, I mean, it's hard because he was a one-inning guy, but Lidge.
No. He can't. The closer can't make a top 10 season. I mean, T.O., he gets hurt, right?
Yeah.
You know, Mike Vick had a monster year.
How about Carson?
Carson had a monster. Nah,
he's the franchise record for touchdown passes in a season.
I don't think Randall's got to get more, right? Because rushing yards end.
That's not like Wentz didn't move. I don't know. That's a good question.
But it's got to be the season, right? Like, so I don't know. I mean, I don't think like it doesn't come like it was a terrific year, but are we talking about the top 10 greatest any sport? Like Lindros is, without going back and looking season by season, he's got to have one of them.
Oh, I'm sure.
88 has a season, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Do you have a pen and paper on you?
Yes.
All right, jot this down. Randall Cunningham, I would say this was his best season. 30 touchdowns.
Right.
13 picks.
Right.
He threw for 3,466 yards.
Right.
And
he rushed.
That's what I'm trying to get to here.
And he does it in an era where offense is not really offense.
Right, I got you.
Like today. Like today's offense, you know?
So 1990, he ran for 942 yards and 5 touchdowns.
942 and how many touchdowns?
5 touchdowns.
I mean, dude, that's actually absurd.
So Carson.
What was Hurts' year this year? Because when you think about, I mean, my God.
Yeah, it's true. Hurts this year.
What did he throw for?
3,701 yards.
All right.
22 touchdowns to 6 picks.
Okay.
And then rushing, he He ran for 760 yards, but 13 touchdowns.
13 touchdowns is absurd. Now, they run that play, too.
Yeah, the sneak. Yeah, that doesn't get stopped. Wentz, 2017. Now, again, he does this.
Let me hear it. Yeah,
he does this in 13 games.
13 games, right.
33 touchdowns.
Right.
To just 7 picks.
Wow. That is amazing.
3,296 yards. Now, again, 4 less games. And then rushing, he goes just 299 yards, no touchdowns.
All right. So I got to go Randall.
Yeah, you might.
Because Randall has 942 yards. Now, the Hurts touchdowns make it insane.
Yeah, he's totaling 35 touchdowns, passing and rushing.
But so's Randall.
Yeah, that's right. He was at 35.
So he's totaling 900. He's totaling 35 touchdowns, and it's funny because he ran for almost 200 more yards. Although it hurts in the modern day, you also have to take into account that Randall's doing this. What year was that?
1990.
I mean, that's like prehistoric days compared to like what's going on now offensively.
By the way, just to add to it, here's McNabb. So his best year,
04, right?
04, 31 touchdowns to 8 picks, 3,875 yards passing.
What is it?
3,875. And if you want to go completion percentage, his was 64%. I'll look at the others.
3875.
And then rushing, 220 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great year, but to me, Randall's season is still the best quarterback season.
In 90, Randall Cunningham's completion
Especially when
percentage
you grade on a
58%. That's still good.
Especially when now Matt Lewis on Twitter says, let's look up Halliday's Cy Young year. So, first of all, Randall has to be among the best when it comes to
individual seasons, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, Roy Halladay. In 2010, when he wins the Cy Young, he goes 21-10, even though you don't really need to dictate it off of wins and losses, but that's still pretty good, 21-10. A 2.44 ERA.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Which is funny. The next year, he had a 2.35.
Damn.
So the year he doesn't win the Cy Young, he's got a lower ERA. Now, the year he wins the Cy Young, he throws for 17 more innings, 250 and 2/3 innings for Halladay that year. Led the league with 9 complete games, 4 shutouts also led the league.
9 complete games, 4 shutouts.
33 starts that year. 219 strikeouts.
How many strikeouts?
219.
219 Ks.
The next year, he goes 220 Ks. Who won Cy Young in... let me see. Who won Cy Young that year? It was that Clayton Kershaw.
Oh, wow.
He went 21-5 with a 2.28 ERA. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's even better than Halladay.
All right, so I was looking this up. It was funny. My man, Matt, hits me up as I'm looking this season up. So you heard the lore of Steve Carlton, 1972.
Yep.
Because the Phillies were horrible, right?
Yeah, he didn't even win that many games, right?
Dude, he won 27 games.
Oh, okay, sorry.
He led the league. This could be the greatest season ever.
Especially with who you're playing with.
Than Embiid. Listen to this. First of all, I don't know how many games they won that year. I think it was 50-something, if I'm not mistaken. Look up the record.
I'll pull it up right now. 1972 Phillies went 59-97.
Okay. Dude, he wins 27 of them. He's 27-10 with a 1.97 ERA. He started 41 games. Dude, he had 30 complete games. He had 8 shutouts.
Yeah, dude, that's ridiculous.
He pitched 346 and a third innings. Are you kidding me? He allowed it, dude, 346 in the third innings, and he allows only 257 hits.
That's wild.
Oh, my God. He struck out 310, dude.
Dude, it's funny. So the next year,
310, like that. Come on, that's like that stuff that we'll never see again.
No, never. He had in 1978. This is what I mean by the wins and losses. He only goes 16-13, but he had a 2.84 ERA that year, and threw for almost 250 innings. He was on some bad teams, man. Thank God for 1980.
Well, they were good 76, 77, 78, and 80. Because those were the year they were in the playoffs. 72 was the infamous year, though. 59. Imagine this, that you go 59. They win 59 total games, and he wins 27 of them. I mean, that's insane, Jonas.
Yeah, I'm sure he lost the other games like 2-1.
I mean, that's one of the greatest seasons ever. I don't care what era. All right, let me take some calls because I want to give away the Philly Sports Trips tailgate passes too. All right, don't forget the Philly Sports Trips tailgate. PhillySportsTrips.com. Charlie's going to be there. It's tomorrow at Live Casino Philadelphia. So check it out. Let me go to Rob. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, brother?
Good. What's happening, pal?
Listen, I got to hate the face for you, Ann, after last night. But I just want to touch on that Carlton thing you said real fast. I was born in 73, Ann, so I'll be the big 5-0 this year. But
happy birthday, my brother. Happy birthday.
Yeah, I'm June 14th, baby, Flag Day. So, it's always that great time of year, Ann, because around my birthday, I went to Catholic school 12 years. So
it's the last day of school.
Yeah, school was ending, summer was beginning, people get married, weddings, graduations. It was like, it's that perfect time of the year, you know what I mean?
It is, you're right.
Right in the middle of the calendar, it's just, I got me, Trump, and Boy George on my birthday. Good, talk about two extremes, you know what I mean?
That's awesome.
But real fast, on that Carlton season, out of those 10 losses, Ann, I would love to look at each game. How many of those games do you think he could have won? Half of those games? Like, he might have lost games 2-1 or 1-0.
Yeah. I mean, that's talk about being unhittable. A sub-2 ERA, and he's throwing all those innings.
Yeah, I mean, would you say it was 30 complete? What was it, 30?
30 complete games.
8 shutouts, 30 complete games, you said, or something?
Yeah, 30 complete games, 8 shutouts, and he throws almost 350 innings.
Rubber arm. Are you kidding me? I mean, he wasn't working out like these guys or had these, massages.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my gosh. But, I mean, it's just insane.
Hey, you know what's also insane? Now, he never comes close to that number of innings. Right. But that year, and the other thing, too, he throws all those innings, and he only allows 257 hits.
That's insane.
I mean, wow. I can't imagine. I was a baby, so I don't know. Right. Some people will have seen it, and I can only imagine. Like, every game must have been just a ridiculous outing.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to go back. I'm a nerd. I'm going to go back and look at that year. I'm going to see how many of those games he lost, like 3-2, 2-1, 1-0.
Yeah, I'm that way too. I love that stuff. Yeah,
I love it. Hey, yeah. I got a new freaking hate the face for you. Right?
Who you got?
I'm going to try to give you a good call here to try to win some tailgate for the game. You ready? After that game last night, they didn't finish well. You're right, Ant. But that one call on Embiid with Grant Williams friggin' grabbed him.
He did.
Him.
Yes.
Hey, he's a new hate the face.
Yes, he is. I agree.
He's a new one. Like, you got Patrick Beverly, you got Ben Simmons, you got all these other guys. He's a new one for me, that Grant Williams.
Yeah, Smart, too. I hate the face for me, too.
He is. Oh, Smart. Yeah, Smart's got that hate the face. He does.
Yeah, plus he's got the hair rolling, and, he's the goblin.
Mom 91 is like, why is his hair green? I'm like, just because he's Marcus Smart and he's on the Celtics. That's why I'm
yes.
He's gonna hate the face. But you know what? That was a fail on him.
It was.
On Embiid.
Yes.
So,
you're right on, brother. Listen, you got the tickets. Hold on and enjoy the tailgate. Beers and food and baseball. It's going to be fun.
I got another name for you.
What you got?
In the conversation. Wasn't first that came to mind, but I started thinking deeper. What about Shady in 2013?
Wow, yes.
Leads the league 1,600 yards, 1,607.
1,607.
100.4 yards per game.
Averaging 100. That's wild. Impressive. Yes.
Receiving 52 receptions for 539 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Dude, that's another. That's.
He rushed for 9. So he had, over 2,300 yards of total offense, or 2,100 yards of total offense that year.
And how many touchdowns total?
Total touchdowns, 11.
Dude, that's a back. That's a back.
And now,
right?
if you want to go back, how about this? 2011, 2 years prior, only 1,300 yards rushing, 17 rushing touchdowns.
Damn, he had 17 rushing touchdowns?
Yeah, and had 300 yards receiving, so 1,600 yards of total offense.
Wow, dude. That's ridiculous.
He was so good, man. Chip, what are you doing, bro?
Dude, I always tell the story, but it's always fun to say it because I'm still incredulous by it. And he and I did the show together, and we did a show every Monday night. And I'll never forget him saying, "Yeah, dude." He's like, "Bro, this is my last year, bro." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Chip don't like me, man.
Really?
Chip wants me out." And I'm like, "What? Get out of here." He's like, "No, man." And he foreshadowed Deshaun too. He didn't like Deshaun either. He foreshadowed both those guys.
That's
that Chip didn't like him.
Yeah. Real quick, your eyes will open about this a little bit. Depending on what the Eagles do with Bijan Robinson. But after several attempts by the Chargers, per Ian Rappaport, to work out a deal with Austin Eckler, he now has permission to seek a trade. Again.
All right. Oh, damn. I'm worried about the Chargers.
Yeah, remember pick 21?
Yeah. That seems like a perfect – that actually seems like a perfect spot to take him if you're the Chargers and you got their offense.
You have to drop down from 10.
Yeah.
And draft him. Or you make a trade and you get Eckler, but they're not going to want to pay him.
Nah, they're not going to want to pay him. I can't see
So you just have to trade back from 10.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Mark. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, so my season would be Howard, man, his MVP season. 313, 58, 149, 108 walks, 425 on base percentage. And besides that, clutch hits constantly, and nobody wanted to pitch to him. I remember it being such a thing where, he came up at any position, any time in the game, and you're like, he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it anywhere. It doesn't matter, what they throw him. But I think the other day you were talking about, the Phillies and going to the game and how much it costs and stuff like that. I don't hear many people talking about it, but the ballpark pass, I got that this year, 53 games for $530. So $10 a game, and when you get to the stadium within a half hour of the start time.
Wow, you might have the wrong guy because I wasn't talking about it, but that's fascinating. So tell me again, the ballpark pass.
All right, so here it is. They started the ballpark pass last year per month, but this year we got it. So it was 53 games, and starts with the Marlins series next week. They already picked the games for you. It's general admission, so standing room only, which who cares? Right. $530 for 53 games. And within 30 minutes of the first pitch, if you're at the stadium, you can go in the app and upgrade your ticket. So you can say, you know what, I'm going to sit in section 135. There's a seat available, and I could pay $16 and I upgrade my ticket. That's
awesome.
It's unbelievable. And here's the best part. So I went to say order it on the app, for me and my kids and stuff like that. And it says, oh, by the way, we take PayPal financing, so no payments, no interest for 6 months. So in September, I'll pay for the tickets. Like, are you kidding me? Like $10 a game. That's a joke.
You got to be kidding me.
No, it might still be available. It's unbelievable. It's like the best deal I've ever. I mean, $10 per game for 53 games, and every dollar dog night's included. By the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
by the way,
awesome.
So we're going Monday, I believe, the first game, the 10th, against the Marlins. It's like a 6:40 game or something like that. And we're going to hit up Charlie's new cheesesteak place down there, I saw.
Yeah, he's got the new steak joint, baby.
But your hate to face, Ant, how about this, right? So I'm watching the game last night, and I was telling my son, we're watching it, and D was at 44 points. I said, listen, if he gets 50, and they beat the Celtics, shooting 20 for 25, by the way, which is outrageous, and he gets 50, and he's locking down the MVP. I don't want to hear anything from anybody. It's automatic.
Right.
My hate to face is Horford. You weasel. You came here and stole money and became lazy. He was smirking last night, and did you see his face?
Yes.
Even after he realized
yes.
it was over, when they couldn't win it because the refs tried to give it to him, pushing Maxey out of bounds, he had that smirk. And like, we'll see you in the playoffs. I can't stand Horford. He's like Andrew Bynum to me.
Yes.
Like, you stole money.
Yes.
You stole money.
Yes. You're spot on, man. That's genius. Yep. Absolutely. By the way, I love that ballpark app. That's the ballpark pass. That's fantastic.
You know the best part about it is, the best part is, if you're at the game, you're like, you know what? It's crowded up at the concourse. Look, there's a ticket. There's a seat here available in section 130, whatever. I pay $14 and I can upgrade, and it puts it right on the app for you. You go sit down. Like who doesn't do that?
Yeah, that's great. That's good stuff. Yeah. That's a great tip, brother. Great. Hold on. Yeah. We want to give you the passes for tomorrow. The tailgate passes. Tunis, that's an amazing deal.
Yeah, that is. Like you said, if you look at it, though, it's $10 a game, right? If you're going to 53 games and you try to make it to all of them, that's an awesome deal. I love when they do the flash sales, like the $8 stuff. Like the Phillies are doing a good job with trying to give people a chance to go because we know it's expensive. It is. It's tough.
Especially when you talk about kids and
ice cream cups, the helmets. I can only imagine. You got two of them that are older and are actually eating that kind of stuff.
Dude, I mean, again, we're at when we go to the games. I mean, the pizza, basically it's a whole pizza. It's like a half a pizza, whatever. But you get whacked over it, and oh my god, like it's the boardwalk pizza, the Mac and Manco's, I think, wherever it is, and. That's Anthony's. I want the pizza. And, you go get him that. You go get him, ice cream because you always want the ice cream. And
$5 for a hot dog.
You get crushed. So that's it, Axel. That's awesome. Yeah, the Charlie cheesesteak. He's pumped up over it.
Yeah,
Charlie's cheesesteaks.
I was in the car with you when you guys talked about it.
Oh, yeah. He's fired up.
Fired up. Good to go.
Hey, Charlie's cheesesteaks. He was all excited. That's cool. We got Brian. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Bri.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's happening, Bri?
One of your guys stole my thunder, but I was going to talk about Steve Carlton's. I'm an old head guy. I just turned 66. So
happy birthday, brother.
Well, thank you. This is March 30th. I remember when Steve Carlton won the 27 games, and the Phillies were lousy. So the only other year I could think of was in '83 when Moses came and led the Sixers to the championship. He averaged 25 and 15.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I remember watching Moses and Bryce. See if you remember doing this. I remember just doodling, counting his rebounds. And he would always, he tapped the ball to himself. My man could pad a rebound, too. He was a board machine.
He knew it. Sometimes he would just throw the ball up and not even take a legitimate shot and just go and get it. He knocked that year, he knocked Kareem out of the way. He knocked Bill Cartwright. He just ran through those guys that year.
So where does Embiid's season, in your mind? I mean, that's got to be top 5, no?
Yeah,
all time.
He's fantastic. He's for a guy that's big. to be able to do the things that he does, the movement and the skill level, the free throws. Most big guys can't shoot free throws. He's shooting over 80%. So that's fantastic. He's having a great year. But I just wanted to say one thing. Like I said, I'm an old head. I remember the year Bob Gibson had a 1.12 average,
Oof.
which was ERA, which was unbelievable. He started 34 games. He had 28 complete games, 300 innings. And the best thing was when back then they used to bring in elementary school, they used to bring the TV in the room.
Oh, yeah? So you watched the game? That's awesome.
And we watched the game. I was in the 6th grade, and then I'm going to let you go. I came home. My father worked in mid-shift, but he was standing there with his lunch in his hand, and he was counting Gibson's strikeouts. He struck out 17 Tigers in their first game, which was, and he broke Koufax.
God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's all.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Brian, you got to call again, man. You're a great baseball man. You know your stuff, man.
Okay,
thanks, buddy.
Well, I just want to say you guys do a fantastic show. I've been here. I'm from D.C., but I listen to you almost every day. You do a great job.
Man, thanks, Brian. We appreciate it, brother. You take care of yourself, babe. Thank you. And make sure you please call again. Listen, that's going to do it for us. Tunis, enjoy the day, man. It's a beautiful day.
You too.
So everybody out there, enjoy the day. Stay tuned. The best show ever is coming your way next. We love you guys. Hang tough, man. We'll see you in the morning.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Good day to be a Philadelphia sports fan. I'm Andrew Salchunas, and this update is brought to you by DBHIDS. When someone gets hurt, we know who to call, but what about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free, confidential support around the clock. Don't hesitate. Call 988. Good day in Philadelphia sports. Yesterday, we'll start with the Sixers. 103-101 win over the Boston Celtics. Win number 52 on the season. 52 points for Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid shows again last night why he should win league MVP. Sixers will be entering the playoffs most likely as the 3rd seed in the Eastern Conference. Phillies got their first win yesterday, beating the Yankees 4-1. They're now 1-4 on the season. Rubber match taking place right now in New York before they have their home opener tomorrow with the Cincinnati Reds, weather permitting, of course. And the Flyers fall to the Blues yesterday 4-2. Keep it locked in the Fanatic for all latest news and information. I'm Andrew Salchunas, and this is 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's John Kincaid. There was once a time where I tried to take care of my own lawn because it's a do-it-yourself world, right? But I eventually realized it wasn't cheaper and it wasn't better. I want results. I want the pros. I want Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. Why? Because for over 30 years, Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds. And their certified specialists are going to assess your lawn, develop a customized treatment plan, and then feed your soil with their exclusive organic-based nutrients. It's a unique approach, and it reduces chemical use by 85%, which means you've created a safer lawn for your family and your pets to enjoy. It's locally owned, family operated. You know you can trust these folks. They're the leader in organic-based lawn care. Call Natural Lawn today. Take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program by April the 30th and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREESEED. My lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. What are you going to get? Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Give your small business one tech solution that checks all the boxes. It's all here with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's cyber threat security for peace of mind. Check. The power of the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. That's a triple box check right there. And save up to 75% a year on your wireless bill with Comcast Business Mobile. Check and cha-ching. It's everything you need to keep your business connected. From the company powered by the next generation 10G network. The complete connectivity solution. Get started for just $49 a month for 12 months when you add mobile. And ask about an $800 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 5/21/23. Restrictions apply. Requires 2-year agreement, EcoBill, and autopay. New 100 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares weighted average of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data. Savings vary.
With about a week left in the Flyers season, they have decided not to activate Sean Couturier. The star forward that has been sidelined all season following back surgery was working to get back on the ice to help the team. But with the postseason out of reach, there really is no point. Last week, the Flyers also celebrated the retirement of longtime announcer Steve Coates. After 43 years, Coatesy and his witty charm is hanging up the mic. In a classy gesture, the team wore the number 43 during pre-game warm-ups to honor him. This Flyers update brought to you by Delilah's.
All the action on the ice giving you the chills? Break away to the hottest game in town, Delilah's. Let the world's most beautiful showgirls warm you up as you claim the game on Delilah's giant video walls. Or skate in after the game. Your ticket stub gives you free admission. Ready for a real power play? Come to Delilah's, voted America's #1 gentleman's club. Just off Delaware Avenue and just out of this world. Delilah's, where body checking is a way of life. Details now at delilahs.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-743-8080. That's 1-800-743-8080.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hi, it's John Kincaid for Landis Block and Concrete. We had a vision, we had a plan, and Landis Block helped us execute it. They've got a beautiful showroom in Souderton, Pennsylvania. We chose the most gorgeous materials, and we have now created our beautiful own jaw-dropping outdoor paradise. You know you want one. You know you've got a plan in your head. Go visit landisbc.com and get some ideas in their beautiful gallery. Then call them. Landis Block, jaw-dropping outdoor paradises. You know, whether you're a weekend DIYer or a professional landscaper, you know the name Paul B. Moyer & Sons. They've got everything you need to create the perfect outdoor space, from blowers and trimmers to mowers and chainsaws, like the new Gravely zero-turn mower, which delivers more comfort, more speed, more precision. For the best outdoor power equipment in the business, it's Paul B. Moyer & Sons. Parts, service. Shop Paul B. Moyer & Sons in Doylestown or their new location in Jamison, PA. Online at paulbmoyer.com. Be sure to tell them the Kincaid sent you.
Clap your hands, stomp your feet, and wave your pennants for the 76ers Heritage NFT Collection. Each 76ers Heritage NFT will be authenticated in partnership with Crypto.com. Complete your Heritage Collection and unlock a historic physical piece of Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point court and win custom-designed 76er merchandise to rep the city. All 76ers Heritage Collection NFTs are eligible for resale on the Crypto.com NFT marketplace. To learn more about this collection or when the next drop is, visit Sixers.com/NFT.
Hey, it's Jen Scordo. Golf's first major is a tradition unlike any other. And now you can bet on who you think will win at Augusta on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. All customers can get bonus bets back if your Augusta winner pick doesn't win but finishes in the top 10. I love this time of year. It's my favorite time of year. Time for Augusta. Rory McIlroy is set to win, in the odds at least, but watch Jordan Spieth and even Cameron Smith. Who's going to win? You got to take your best shot. Get in on all the action with an app that's so easy to use. There's so many different betting options, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So drive down Magnolia Lane and take a swing at betting the first major. Visit FanDuel.com/Scordo and get bonus bets back if your Augusta winner pick doesn't win but finishes in the top 10. That's FanDuel.com/Scordo.
21 plus and present in PA. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 unless otherwise specified. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Official home of the Sixers, Flyers, Union, and the best Eagles talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's 2 o'clock in Philadelphia, and time for the best show ever. Now, your starting lineup. Bring in the heat. Ricky Calico. Hunter. Rody. Jen. Gordo. And finally, your host, Road Johnson. It's the best show ever. On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Best show ever here, live from Rally House on Westmoreland Road in Willow Grove. Very excited to be out and about. Let's get right to our opening statements. And we start with the word of the day. And the word of the day today is crazy. Crazy. We're not talking about crazy because a lot of people think CeeLo only had 2 songs and they know Bleep You and Crazy. No. And actually, we're talking about crazy, the crazy performance from Joel Embiid last night, and how if you don't appreciate this guy, I hate to insult you personally, but you're literally crazy. All right? 52 points, scored half the team's points on 80% shooting. This is the best basketball player in this city's history. He's clinched MVP at this point. If you don't think he's league MVP, once again, I don't mean to insult you personally, but you're crazy. This is tremendous. So I know the Phillies are on. We're going to keep you abreast of the game. Darick Hall, we don't pronounce his name correctly when he gets stuff wrong, tried to stretch a single and a double. Lord knows we know Darick Hall's known for his wheels. He gets thrown out there down 1-0. But we'll get to the game itself and all that stuff. But we start with Joel Embiid. If people aren't going to give him credit, Hunter, for what he did, they're crazy.
Embiid at the free throw line is a layup. At this point, it's nonstop. Every single time he gets the ball there, it's nothing but net. It's beautiful. And even some of those passes, when Boston throws him a couple different looks, he finds someone wide open. And that wasn't necessarily the case earlier in his career. We saw the turnover numbers. We saw him kind of get a little bit hectic when guys were coming in his direction. Now he sees the game so differently. The game is slowed down for him. And plus the completion of these shots. It's ridiculous, his shooting percentage at this point. He's so good. He is so good, and he can carry you all the way. I firmly believe that.
Well, we'll talk about more how much he can carry us. Now, Jim, we're out and about. We're at beautiful Rally House. Now, let me tell you, I already picked up some things. I got my big Rally House bag in front of me already. Got some things. I'm going to the Phillies this weekend. You know, they come home finally for baseball. I got a whole bunch of stuff here at the Rally House. What's it like for you, Jen, to be outside the studio for the first time with the best show ever?
Look, you can see outside.
Wow.
We have windows.
Wow.
Oh, is this what it looks like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? We have no windows in the studio, so we never get to see what it actually looks like outside. Good for you. It is going to be chilly this weekend at the Phillies game.
Yeah,
so you're
prepared.
Yeah, you are now prepared. I am also prepared because my new friend bought me a brand new Sixers mug here because mine broke.
Yes.
And I can't go into the playoffs without a brand new Sixers mug. And my best friend, Joel Embiid, the league MVP. How does he not win it at this point?
I mean, it would be an embarrassment to the league.
Absolutely would. And that's not a joke. That's really not a joke.
It would be an embarrassment to the league at this point. He's the best player we have going in this great sport. And finally, the best player plays for the Sixers. Like, we've had Charles Barkley, and that was nice. The problem was he was playing at the same time as Michael Jordan. We had Allen Iverson, and that was also great. Unfortunately, he was up against Shaq. And then as it went along, here comes Kobe and different guys. And he crossed up Jordan. He caught Jordan at the end. This time, there is a person playing for the Sixers who has no equal, who has no match. All right, as LeBron has dropped, Embiid has risen. And what you saw last night, I don't think people realize, this has never happened before in the shot clock era, where you've gotten half the team's points, 50 plus, in the shot clock era, and he shot 80% from the field.
I knew it would be
80%.
special after we saw that first quarter. You look at the stat line after the first quarter, that's what people do in a full 48-minute game.
Yep.
So that's how ridiculous it really was. And I was always jealous during the process watching other stars play, wondering when are we going to be able to experience that?
Yeah.
And then you put it in perspective. Oh, we now have that. And he is the greatest player in the league right now. His craft is so ridiculous, it's hard to even put into words on how he continues to improve his game. I thought last year was special.
Yeah.
He somehow topped last year and added more. Does that mean there's even more to this? I don't even know. I can't rule it out at this point.
If you ruled it out, you'd be foolish. I don't know. Maybe when we say he's the best player in the world, maybe we have to make it clear. Maybe he's the best player in our solar system. Maybe there's somebody out there on a distant planet who might be better, but not in this solar system. You gonna tell me some Martian could beat Joel Embiid in basketball?
Ty, you know what's crazy? He started playing the game at 16 years old.
Yeah, I mean this is it's an embarrassment of riches right now. Now we'll talk about the game in just one moment. I want to give people an opportunity. Now I know the Phillies are wrong. I get it. There have been people out there who have been hand-wringing about Joel Embiid for years now. All they do is watch him play and complain about how he does things differently than they would want. Because we know they know better. You know, local accountant knows more about basketball than Joel Embiid. Local mechanic knows more about basketball.
And Doc.
Yeah, and Doc Rivers, right. So, because all that operating from the nail, that was Doc Rivers. I know people don't want to give him credit. I want to give people an opportunity today because Hunter and I, we agree on one thing. We believe in love. Now, Jen at the end, we don't know about her believing in love. We don't know about that.
Come
but
on.
we believe in love. We want to allow people into the circle of common sense. We want to allow people in. Some people have been fighting it. He should be on the block. Like this. How dare he ever take a three? Oh, he's soft. Oh, he's these things. Okay. We'll let all that pass. Because really what should happen is there should be a punishment. But we are going to bypass the punishment. Okay? We're going to allow people into the circle of common sense. All they have to do is admit that they're complaining. One person, and perhaps who should be the first one to join, would be morning show host John Kincaid. In large parts of his time, in his several years back in the city of Philadelphia, he's come on in the morning talking about Embiid's bad at this, Embiid's bad at that, blah, 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 blah. We're allowing him in with no punishment. All you have to do is say, I believe in Joel Embiid. And you know what we'll do? We'll let you into the circle of common sense. Now, I think that's me being very, very kind.
It's generous.
It is generous. Now, I know this bothers you, Jen, because you don't believe in that kind of love.
That's
you
not true.
are fire and brimstone.
That is not true.
But I do think that we should allow people, Hunter, and I want to get your opinion on this, if they're willing to admit that perhaps the way they looked at basketball may have been antiquated. They like basketball maybe in 1987. It's just no longer 1987. Doesn't mean that the basketball they liked was bad. It just means that their basketball that they liked is dead. Should we allow them in?
We have to. At this point, we have to because we're ready to make a playoff push, and it's time to jump on board and watch this team compete. And we'll see the Celtics again, and it's going to get fascinating for sure through those 7 games. But yeah, we got to open up the doors, open up our arms, and say, come on in, hop on board, let's enjoy this. They're stuck in their old ways. They watched it at one point and thought the big man had to operate at one part of the floor. While you acknowledge, and Jokic, while we compete against Jokic here in Philadelphia because we want Embiid to win the MVP, just look at the way he plays. He doesn't play. He's a great center. He doesn't play that way underneath the basket. He's fantastic.
He should be in the block. Oh, sorry.
Of course not. No,
every time he's a big man, he should never take a three ever and never pass. He should just dunk the ball every time.
Which is gross because the way he gets his teammates wide open looks is a very special brand. The game has changed so much that what Embiid is doing, you got to appreciate it and you need to enjoy it because what I saw last night, I don't know if I've ever seen anything close to it. And if you're going to miss out on that, I'm going to be honest, you're a joke. You're a joke if you're going to miss out on that type of performance and this level of talent.
You're absolutely right. Now, there is one other thing we have to talk about Sixers related. All right. Now, you saw how well Joel Embiid played. And we saw that James Harden also had a good game.
Mm-hmm.
And then who else did? You had P.J. Tucker in the fourth quarter.
My guy P.J.
Yeah.
Just 2 threes, boom, boom.
It was very good. But everyone else, Niang and Melton, your two most reliable, at least in quotes, bench players, scored 0 points combined, the two of them. Tyrese Maxey and Tobias Harris combined for 10 points.
Brutal.
Now, that shows you the greatness of Joel Embiid, and we already talked about that. But the odds now are, it's basically in stone now. Sixers are locked into the 3 seed. Hypothetically, they can still get to 2. It's unlikely, but let's see how it plays out. Maybe the Celtics go on a losing streak. Who knows? But in the second round, regardless of that, it's going to be most likely Cleveland playing the Bucks and the Sixers playing the Celtics. You can't ask Joel Embiid to do everything he did last night every game. I believe the formula is pretty simple. 2 of the games you win because of Embiid. 1 of the games you win because of Harden, and then you're going to need everybody else to step up for 1 game. And unfortunately, in the case of Tyrese Maxey especially, I don't necessarily see a real path to them beating the Celtics because he individually has been horrible against them the last 3 times, shooting 27% with many of the looks either against a big man or wide open.
It's even worse than just terrible. Even late. I can't believe it got even as close as it did late. That's pathetic, and it just can't happen. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a mental thing with him. Ricky mentioned it yesterday. It would be great for Tyrese Maxey to have a good game.
He did not.
What if we laid out a situation where, let's say yesterday didn't happen where the Sixers didn't win, but Maxey had 32 points. Would we feel better about this if Maxey shined against this opponent due to the matchup we know we're about to see, and let's say the regular season loss occurred and you add it to the L column, but at least you saw something that you could envision in the postseason working out. Would that feel better?
It wouldn't feel worse.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel worse. 610-632-0975. Philly's still down 1-0. No telling what might have happened if Darick didn't think all of a sudden he was Usain Bolt rather than a stiff-legged, 6'4" slow guy. But we'll get all into it today. Live from Raleigh.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies and Sixers win. I'm Jennifer Scordo. This Fanatic Update's brought to you by CNC Heating and Air. They've been proudly serving Bucks in Montgomery County for 50 years. For system maintenance, new installation, or 24-hour emergency service, visit cc-hvac.com, a York Heating and Air certified comfort expert. The Sixers with a big win over the second-seeded Boston Celtics at home last night. Joel Embiid had everything in MVP offers with 52 points, 13 rebounds, and 6 assists in just 39 minutes. 3 regular season games left. The Heat come to town tomorrow night. Rich Hoffman's going to join the show at 3:30 with more. The Phillies picked up their first win of the season last night against the Yankees. They're in their series finale right now. The Phils are losing 1-0 currently. It's the top of the 5th. Phils' home opener is tomorrow against the Reds. Jason Stark's going to join us at 4:30 with more. And the Flyers lost to the Blues in St. Louis last night. They head to Dallas to face the Stars tomorrow night. This update's also brought to you by DBHIDS. When someone gets hurt, we know who to call. But what about a mental health crisis? The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline offers free confidential support around the clock. Don't hesitate. Call 988. Keep it all locked right here. I'm Jennifer Scordo for 97.5 The Fanatic.
The best show ever.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Unfortunately, everybody knows somebody whose life has been affected by cancer. John Kincaid here, and I've learned firsthand how cancer research saves lives. And I'm proud to have teamed up with the American Association for Cancer Research to create the John Kincaid Scholarship Fund, which supports the next generation of cancer research scientists. AACR awards are a bet on the next generation, making progress towards new treatments and cures for cancer through their hard work. And researchers like Charles Mulligan, who thanks to the AACR were able to hunt for and untangle the genetic factors for a subtype of leukemia. He and his team were then able to find the drug that would work and improve the prognosis and treatment for both children and adults. When you donate to the John Kincaid Scholarship Fund, you're going to help young minds follow in the footsteps of Dr. Mulligan to discover the next big cancer breakthrough. Donate now at aacr.org/fanatic. That's aacr.org/fanatic, because I'm living proof. Cancer research saves lives.
Listen up, Philly. The boys are back, and Victory Brewing Company's Brotherly Love Hazy IPA is here to help you celebrate this season's double plays, homers, Schwarbombs, everything in between. Ring the bell with Victory's Brotherly Love starting this Thursday at the home opener pregame.
We'll be broadcasting from Victory Beer Hall at Xfinity Live, and the brotherly love will be flowing all day long. Join us for chances to win Victory Beer for a year. How awesome is that? Custom shirts, and more. If you didn't already know, support of their Brotherly Love IPA allows Victory to give back to organizations helping local communities. Another reason to drink this delicious beer all season long, as if you needed another one. Not to mention, it's damn good. Perfect to sip on as you're watching the game. Ring the bell and let's taste victory. Are you with me? Well, if you are, ring the bell with Victory's Brotherly Love this Thursday at the home opener pregame.
If you've fallen out of love with your home, maybe you just need a refresh. Contact CertaPro Painters and we'll put the power of pro to work for you. That's CertaPro's power to transform living rooms and rejuvenate kitchens. The power to get the job done right, on time, and within your budget. Get that lovin' feeling back with the help of CertaPro Painters. Start your project at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. I hate the struggle of tough, greasy messes on my stovetop. So I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap scum, I just freak, wipe, and I'm done.
Mr. Clean Clean Freak delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough messes in seconds.
Just freak,
wipe,
done.
We all know Philly sports is big business, and we've got you covered every weekday with the Fanatic's Business of Sports reports that are powered by Pico for Business. For information on how your company can save with Pico's incentives, go to pico.com/business.
This month, save up to $120 on select sets of 4 Cooper tires at AAA Car Care Centers. Not a member? Not a problem. Everyone can save on Cooper tires at AAA Car Care. See store for details or visit AAA.com/mycar.
The Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It checks all the boxes. With cyber threat security, the largest, fastest, reliable network for small business. And save up to 75% a year with Comcast Business Mobile. All from the company powered by the next generation 10G network. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers. Comcast Business Internet required.
Now, more of the best show ever.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
97.5 The Fanatic, live from Rally House on Westmoreland Road in Willow Grove. Best show ever here, 610-632-0975. Man, let me tell you, it feels good to be out here in the environment around. We've already met some very kind, nice people.
That's right.
You know, that's the other part. You know, oh, blah, blah, blah. This is the city of brotherly love, this whole area. It's love when we go places.
And
it's love.
We're the show of the people, and we don't get to see the people all that often, so this is fun.
Especially the people on the show today. We are the show of the people.
That's right.
All right, that's what we're about. 2 o'clock hour brought to you by Ferguson HVAC Line Conklin. Attention HVAC contractors for equipment, parts, and supplies for every heating and cooling job. Visit one of Ferguson's kind of locations in Ben Salem, King of Prussia, Penn Saucon, or Westchester today. I bet you whoever worked on the beautiful air conditioning here at the Rally House probably dealt with Ferguson HVAC stuff.
I would think so. It feels good in here.
Probably. It feels great in here. And now time to start our Twitter poll with Jen Scorda.
Okie dokie. Did Joel Embiid solidify the league MVP with his performance last night? You can answer absolutely or he won't get the votes. Early votes have he won't get the votes at 15%. 85% say absolutely.
It's absolutely.
Jokic stunk too last night, which makes it even more perfect.
It's funny you say that. So last night, I finished watching the Phillies get their first win last night. They're already back playing, still down 1-0, but they got a couple guys on with 2 outs. But Christian Pache is up, so
that means we're gonna
probably inning over.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say So I'm going to make a prediction that we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th, still down with Pache. He's looking to get it out, like he just is trying to get it out. But what a surprise! Oh, you'll see it. You're just a little delayed, Hunter. Watch what Pache does.
Oh, that's a nice pop up to the catcher behind the plate.
Yeah, so still 1-0 now.
It looks like Derek Hall is out of the game. Bohm is going to first base, and Sosa's now at third.
All right, well, Hall probably needs to sit for a while after the big mistake he made in a one-run game like that. But anyway, after post-game live, I go back to TNT's show. They went on a whole segment trying to say Jokic didn't play last night.
What do you mean?
That's weird.
An entire segment.
No one told them?
And then after they finished the segment, they came back and he had like 14 points, 8 turnovers.
That's a lot.
And a big loss to the Rockets on the same night where but they were looking to try to manipulate it. That's why I don't trust them. You can't trust the TNT broadcast. They stink.
This isn't the first time, though, Jokic has had a stinker over the last couple of weeks. It seems like he's folding in the pressure of the Joel Embiid-Jokic fight for the MVP, if you will. It did seem like he crashed and burned down the stretch, which I love it.
Yeah, me too. So, to me, it's just a kind of a no-brainer. I don't even know what would keep him from winning it other than people searching for those stupid stats.
The analytics.
But the problem is it's not just the analytics. It's the stupid stats where they find a stat and they manipulate a stat to try to tell you the way analytics are supposed to work. Okay, Nick Sirianni believes in analytics. But if Nick Sirianni watched his team for half a season, he would be able to tell you the analytics because all the analytics do is find a way to quantify what your eyes are seeing. That's the point of analytics. So then you'll say, hey, this running back's really good run after the catch when I pass it to him. And then they'll have a stat for that. But your eyeballs will tell you that. So if there was some analytics that tried to say that Miles Sanders, you're no longer here, had great hands, we know the analytic was no longer analytics. It's a stupid stat. Well, a lot of the analytics that support Jokic aren't real analytics. They're stupid stats.
How about you just look at the defense between both of these guys?
Right.
The tiers are not even close to one another. Joel Embiid could defend every single possession or every single position.
Him for a lot yesterday. Which
yes, he did.
I don't know why Doc was doing it, but it worked.
Every position on the floor, he can do a fantastic job. Jokic gets abused. There was a stat that was getting thrown around about how much he gets targeted in the paint. It's a disgrace. At that size, he's that poor. When guys attack him, what type of MVP gets attacked like that? People run away from Embiid. They want to reset at the top of the perimeter after they dribble drive because they realize I can't go up with it. It's going to get rejected. So they run baseline, they realize there's no room, and then they try and reset it a bit to get a better look. While with Jokic, you can take him there and finish at the rim with ease. It makes me laugh. It really does.
It does. And then on the offensive side, he's about to get, when you add another 50 spot, he's going to win the scoring title as well, unless they decide in a losing effort, and you know Kyrie won't allow this because, you know, he's about himself, for Luka to get 60. But how can he do that? Short of that, he's going to win another scoring title with the highest scoring average in years.
In this league, the way the game is played now, a center, again, is going to do that type of damage scoring the basketball. Think about how many guards there are out there. The ball's in their hands, the way the three-point shooting is. In what world is a 7'2" man really doing this 2 years in a row?
When you have the best one to ever live.
Yeah.
You see, that's the part. And that brings me back to allowing people into the circle of common sense. All right? I just want to allow people to help themselves. It's almost like, when somebody has a substance issue. In this particular case, they're addicted to haterade. Just substitute whatever drug or booze that you like, that you know a friend who might like a couple too many. Well, in this case, they're just addicted to haterade. All right? They drink it in the morning before they go to work, knowing you shouldn't be drinking before you go to work. All right? They drink it during work, knowing you shouldn't be drinking on the clock. They get home, they keep on drinking haterade. They are addicted to haterade. We want to offer you a version of rehab. And all you have to do is join the circle of common sense, and we'll erase the fact that you probably have sclerosis of the hate gene. You have all kinds of problems internally from just sipping on that haterade. I mean, you got a brand new Sixers mug?
Uh-huh.
Imagine if you had 25 mugs of haterade a day.
Oh, goodness.
For years.
That's not a drink that I want.
You could imagine there'd be a lot of withdrawal symptoms, wouldn't it?
There would be.
You're so used to being a hater,
Yeah.
it'd be impossible for you to stop.
But we're here for you.
But we're going to allow a magic pill where if you join the circle of common sense, you don't have to worry about the withdrawal of hater. You know, you're the person, if you're hating on Embiid that way, you're sitting there in your front yard you happen to be looking out the window, and you see a neighbor rolling in with a brand new 80-inch TV. And rather than saying, wow, John's got a new TV, and being happy that John got the new TV, you're in there going, why do I have a 55-inch? How does John afford an 80-inch TV?
Yeah, but the difference is...
That's the haterade. That's the person sipping that haterade.
The difference is, though, you're able to enjoy Joel Embiid. If you're the neighbor, you don't even get to enjoy that television. So maybe if you do hate, I can understand maybe the neighbor hating a bit, unless you get to go over to watch the games on that television.
No, what I'm saying is you got to congratulate people when they do well. All right? If you go buy a new 65-inch TV. Now, given the size of the room, there's actually a TV, I have it as a bookmark on my computer right here, where it tells you how big your TV should be based on how far away you are from the TV.
Right, okay.
Because in certain rooms, all you need is a 42-inch, depending on the room.
Right.
The larger the room, the distance that you sit from, the TV must get larger, or at some point. You see, I have it up to 85 inches.
Looky there.
So you have your room situated when you go to hate on Embiid horizontally. So the gap in between you and the TV is short. Well, your neighbor has his room set up vertically, so he sits further. So he has to have a bigger TV. So don't hate on him. Congratulate him. Well, this is why we're offering the circle of common sense. All you have to do to stop being a hater is just use your common sense. You see Joel Embiid. You see the rest of the team outside of Harden for 3.5 quarters really struggling, yet they're leading almost the whole time. You also see P.J. Tucker, a player who's also heavily hated on, making big shot after big shot after big shot. I'm just saying, people, we want to provide, because again, Hunter and I at least believe in love.
So do I.
What?
So do I. I love love.
We believe, no. Loving love and believing in love.
I also believe in it.
See, another, oh man, you're just learning about Huey Lewis. He has a song called Power of Love.
Yeah, that's the one I know.
That's the only one
That's the only one you know.
The only one I know.
Yeah, Power of Love. See, Jen, you don't believe in the power of love.
Yeah, Jen, you don't believe in Huey Lewis's Power of Love.
I know
That's
that
right,
love
and
is
look at the
powerful.
reference. Look at the reference
Yeah,
from
you
Hunter.
like that?
The musical reference from
Slipped
Hunter.
it right in there.
Sounded natural and on purpose.
It did, actually.
How about that? See, there it is.
Love this track.
You hear this?
It
Nicely
slaps.
done, Matt.
Right. So
This one does slap.
It slaps.
It does.
It does.
So what we're doing for people today out here at the Rally House in Willow Grove on Westmoreland Road, we're allowing people to leave all the hating behind. Put down your big, tall, whopping glass of haterade and join the circle of common sense and celebrate this Sixers team, especially Joel Embiid, before we get to the playoffs. And we'll be back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is the best show ever on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. How would you like to win a $1,000 gift card to anywhere you want? You can. Starting Monday, it's 97.5 The Fanatic's $1,000 gift card giveaway.
Shut the front door.
Listen 5 times a day, 8, 10, noon, 3, and 5. Your chance to win a $1,000 gift card to anywhere you want.
Get complete details for this company-wide contest at 97.5thefanatic.com.
97.5 The Fanatic's $1,000 gift card giveaway starts Monday at 8 a.m.
Presented by American Standard HVAC Contractors. To find a dealer, visit AmericanStandardAir.com.
And 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey guys, Bob Cooney here. And at FanDuel Casino, we know the only thing better than a win is a free win. And that's why they made Reward Machine, the daily free-to-play game that gives you a chance to win up to $2,000 in casino bonus. They've already given away over $20 million in free bonuses. And guess what? They're just getting started. Every day at 6 p.m., you get 3 chances to spin the Reward Machine reels. And there are 3 ways to win. 1, match any 3 symbols for an instant win. 2, Collect symbols each day for a chance to win weekly prizes, or 3, win up to $2,000 if you collect 3 trophies. So what are you waiting for? Download the FanDuel Casino app by going to FanDuel.com/Bob and start playing Reward Machine today. That's FanDuel.com/Bob.
No purchase necessary. 21 plus and present in PA. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable casino-only site credit that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
As the baseball season has kicked off, we wanted to highlight a shocking baseball moment you may not have known. In 1957, the Cincinnati Redlegs fans stuffed the ballot boxes for the All-Star game so that all but one starter was from their team, and the only other was Stan Musial. The commissioner needed to get involved to replace players, so Willie Mays and Henry Aaron were named starters. That also caused fan voting to be banned until that ruling was reversed 13 years later. This shocking fact brought to you by Shock IT. Did you know that nearly half of all small businesses were the victim of a cyber attack last year? Is your business ready for 2023? Unfortunately, it's not a question of if your business is going to be hit by a cyber attack. It's a question of when. So be prepared before the cyber criminals come after you with Shock IT. Shock IT has provided network monitoring, spam filtering, malware, and ransomware protection, plus backup monitoring to businesses across the country since 1984. So don't be shocked by a cyber attack. Protect your business now at shockit.com. That's shockit.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. I started Harry's because I was frustrated with buying razors at the drugstore. And when I say frustrated, I mean like so upset I called my friend Jeff.
Hello, this is Jeff.
Jeff, I'm at the store, and I don't get why these razors
cost so much?
Yeah, and do they need to look like robots?
Dude, I know. And it's so frustrating how expensive they are.
Getting ripped off sucks.
We gotta do something about this.
Why don't we make our own high-quality razors at much better prices?
Actually, I heard about this German razor factory that makes some really high-quality blades.
Really? Okay, maybe that's not exactly how it went. But we did buy that German factory, where we're turning high-quality steel into super sharp blades for a smooth shave at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. Over the past 10 years, 20 million people have tried Harry's. Join them and get your starter set now. That's a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, and shave gel, all for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. If you don't like it, it's on us. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code SMOOTH at checkout. That's harrys.com, code SMOOTH.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin, ultra soft on the party. Less is more, so roll it back, everybody. Roll it back. Charmin's irresistibly soft and hella nice. My grip is always soft. It's our party vibe. It's cushion and clean, so our chicks feel fine. So what? Everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With offices throughout the country, people often ask me where my headquarters are. Some lawyers like to say that I live in Florida. Well, I also live in Maui, and some days, New Hampshire. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community, handpicked by us. Think of it as the best of both worlds. By the way, my headquarters, it's wherever I'm sleeping that night. Morgan & Morgan. For the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join the Junior 76er Kids Club presented by Five Below today. Sign up for a free rookie membership or an all-star membership for your very own Junior 76ers welcome kit with a Junior 76ers sling bag, Franklin the Dog keychain fidget, a Joel Embiid growth chart, and a whole bunch more. Sign up today, and for more information, visit junior76erskidsclub.com. That's junior76erskidsclub.com.
If you love the look of a manicured striped lawn, and who doesn't, there's never been a better time to invest in a Gravely zero-turn mower. And if you love dealing with good, honest people, never been a better time to get acquainted with Paul B. Moyer & Sons. They've been providing the weekend DIYers and professional landscapers in the Doylestown area with their power equipment, the parts, and the repairs they need for nearly 100 years. And recently, they opened a new location in Jamison, PA. Shop online at paulbmoyer.com. Tell them that Kincaid sent you.
We don't lose at our building.
I've never experienced a feeling like this.
Job's not done. Stick to it and just find a way to win.
Now, more of the best show ever.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
97.5 The Fanatic, best show ever here, live from Rally House on Westmoreland Road in Willow Grove. We'll obviously be here till 6 p.m., meet all of us and gear up for a great Phillies season. Dress like the players with on-field apparel, or take your fan cave to the upper deck with the latest in team home decor. Maybe you look at that for your man cave. Hunter will go around and look at the home decor.
Yeah.
There's something for every Philly fan. We are shopping with Rally House. Visit rallyhouse.com. Now, we have some people hanging out a little bit. This nice couple over here. Let's see if they can get this simple Sixers trivia question. Now, what are the amounts for our Rally House gift cards for the people that actually show up on site? We have $25 ones and we have $100 ones. So this couple's going to get a $25 Rally House gift card just for coming out and answering this question. All right, here we go. The question is, we know we think Joel Embiid should win the MVP this season. Who was the last Sixers player to win NBA MVP? Iverson is correct. And you get the $25 gift card from Rally House.
Look at that.
Get her information. Write down her name and everything.
Outstanding.
Now, who's see you come out, you win at Rally House. Now, what is your name, ma'am? Renee. Where are you from?
Originally Philly.
All right.
Now North Wales.
All right. Renee.
I canceled my fitness class.
Oh, I got no fitness class today.
We thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's
we
beautiful.
thank you for that. And so there it is. And we'll be doing this throughout the show. You come out the Rally House. We get people hanging out. Boom, we'll ask you a trivia question. $25 one's a little easier. $100 one's a little hard. You'll be able to use the gift card while you're at the Rally House today.
Right.
All right.
Now, we do have a little bone to pick with Renee, though.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. She told me, that we are too mean to Jen.
Who's mean to
You said that we were a little too mean to Jen
She
sometimes.
also said that we were too mean to you about
well,
the music.
that I agree with.
No.
I agree with.
Now, hold on. Mean to you how?
Well, she said with the music trivia, you guys were a little, I don't know, obnoxious.
And I said, no way. He couldn't even name a Beatles song. A Beatles song. Not one.
Hey,
So she
or
was-
Whitney Houston.
Or Whitney Houston.
Who threw
That's
that
correct.
in? Oh, Haley threw that in. She's here.
Oh, Haley thought I couldn't get the Whitney Houston one right.
Haley did get it.
She knew Whitney Houston.
She knew
songs.
Whitney Houston songs.
More
This
than
is
one.
outrageous. Anyway,
What's outrageous about it?
well, just, how I just continued to get picked on.
All
what I
right,
mean?
all right. How about this?
It's very sensitive.
We're going to
I
let
don't know
you.
if I can handle it.
Right,
I'm going to let
yeah,
you get a
you're so
victory right now. Philly's still down 1-0. The game's flying by.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Bottom of the sixth, you have one out, and the Yankees have a man on second. So we're talking about this. Now, we'll get back to the sports in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here's a big opportunity for you.
No, no.
Name your favorite artist. Your favorite. If you can listen to one person on a desert island the rest of your life, you have to put their catalog on shuffle. Who would you listen to? Now, before you're thinking about it, Jen, I think I've asked you this question before. If you had to pick one artist for the rest of your life, who would you listen to?
Zach Brown Band.
Okay, that's your favorite.
Yeah.
Could you name, off the top of your head, 3 Zach Brown Band songs since they're your favorite? Go right ahead there, Jen.
Free.
Free.
Chicken Fried.
Chicken Fried, a pandering mess. Go ahead. I'm sorry, you love it. Good.
Now I'm on the spot. What's the third one?
Oh, look how this goes.
I was just wondering. So, all right, Hunter, who is your favorite artist? Annie.
Yeah, Sweet
Okay.
Annie, it's called.
Sweet Annie.
Yeah.
Okay. Hunter, who's your favorite artist?
I got a bunch, but we'll go with J. Cole.
J. Cole. Can you name 3 J. Cole songs?
No Role Models.
Okay.
Fire Squad.
Uh-huh.
A Tale of Two Cities.
All right.
See?
There you go.
The autograph.
Photograph. There's a bunch I can do.
So, what we have to do is just get you to expand a little more.
That's true.
Expand a little more. Now, where's the engineer? Who's around?
Rob?
Yeah.
You got an issue?
Yeah, the call screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, put the screen up, but it's fine. Yeah, so that's all we're trying to do. So I don't think we're being mean to you at all.
Okay.
We're not being mean to you at all.
Okay.
I don't think so. But it's nice and cute that the people are like a little concerned about you. What, did you cry when you got home?
A little bit.
A little bit. Cried a little bit.
A little bit.
Did the missus help you?
No. She's worse than I am.
No, I'm saying help you feel better.
Oh. Maybe.
Could she
That
name
stays
a
in
Beatles
house.
song?
That stays in house.
What? Oh, no.
No?
Could she name a Beatles song?
Probably not.
No, don't say probably. Yay or nay?
Nay.
No.
If I had to guess.
A Whitney Houston song?
No, because I brought that
You're
up
more-
to her and she didn't know.
You're more confident that she can't name a Whitney Houston song than a Beatles song.
Correct.
So she might be able to name a Beatles song.
It's possible, but I don't think it's very high.
All right, so we got some young guys that just showed up. All right. Well,
One of their best, Hey
Never
Jude.
mind.
See, right?
They instantly got it. Now, how old are you guys? 30?
Yeah, see, that's the difference.
So what are you
28.
talking
I was
about?
28.
That's the difference.
28
How
is
old are
1
you?
year.
27.
They're 1 year older. So you think next year you would have known.
That's absolutely
Hold on.
correct.
Unfettered, without help, you would have just learned the Beatles in the next year.
Yup, if we did this next year or
Without
2 years
help.
from now, I would have been good.
Without help.
Without help.
us getting on you about it.
You would have just
Absolutely.
happened to start listening to the catalog
They're all lies.
during this year.
Huey
Wait a
Lewis.
minute. Well, hold on. When's your birthday?
May 23rd.
So wait a minute. Between now and May 23rd.
Yup.
28. So you would have been turning 28. You wouldn't have known.
I would have. What's today's date? I would have had a
April
couple.
5th.
Right. I would have had what?
2 months.
Exactly. 2 months to tune in and throw it on. I was thinking about
Without us
listening to the Beatles
pressuring.
actually last week.
No,
You
you
would
weren't.
think about it last week.
Absolutely.
No, you weren't.
Why?
These are all lies.
Then why were you
Connor.
thinking about it?
All
Because they're
lies.
iconic.
No.
They're-
See?
When you think of the 2000s, the
Come on,
early
man.
2000s, they have the second best album that was ranked.
That was not. You made that ranking up, too. It was like the 6th best selling.
Oh, the sixth
Oh,
best
there you
seller.
go.
Like you don't even know.
You're just making things up, Hunter. At this point.
Anyway, Joel Embiid last night.
Mm-hmm.
Let's move to that because maybe you're a little more comfortable with that. All right?
I would agree.
Shot 80% from the field. He was 20 of 25, 52 points, 13 rebounds, 6 dives, 2 blocks. The best game I've seen, two-way game, personally in my life, and the Phillies are down 2-0.
Oof. We need some offense here.
Yeah. Getting swept it in 2 out of 3 in New York, not great. Nola, 2 outs in the 6th, and it looks like he just gave up a run with a man on second. There's a man on first. Can he make it out of the inning for 6, or does he now implode?
I think he gets out of this.
Man on first.
I think he gets out of this.
Two runs already in.
What do you think, Tyrone? Because you called it last time.
I think home run coming.
Oh, man.
You asked me.
I know.
I don't want it to happen.
I know that.
Right now, I think a home run coming, and then he comes out the
And he
hard
comes
way.
out.
If he allows a home run to Isaiah kind of Falefa,
Who?
Yeah, IKF they call him, then we have some serious issues with Aaron Nola.
Oh, do we?
We do.
All right. Well, with that in mind, he's the opposite of Joel Embiid. But so we know how great he was. Let's get back to the Maxey thing that we started bringing up a little earlier. All right. And a man's still second. So now there's a runner in scoring position against Nola. So like
Now I don't
said,
feel as great.
Yeah. So now a single scores a run with 2 outs. He's going to be going on contact. All right. Embiid, great. Harden, really good. And when you consider all the everything that was going on, you can't expect much more from Harden. It's a tough matchup for him, but because he's a great player and so savvy, he still finds a way to help the team. Experience, everything else, even though all that length that they have and the guys they can throw on it with Smart and Brogdon and Tatum and all those guys, not the best matchup. He still played well. But Maxey now off the bench and starting, and it looks like he got out of it.
That's right.
All right. It'll go to the top of the 7th. 3 innings left, 9 outs to play with for the Phillies, down 2-0. Okay. Maxey. Do you agree? I'm trying to break it down to the most basic area that I can. Do you agree that he must play better for the Sixers to have a chance to beat the Celtics in the second round in the playoffs?
1,000%.
And do you also agree that most likely you'll get decent performances in that series from both Embiid and Harden?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
They have no answer for Embiid. Robert Williams. The time, it'd be worse. So he's going to get his. He's got 40 the last time. He had, 41 the last time he played him, 52 this time. Embiid's very comfortable against the Celtics. All right. One, they lose close game with Tatum making that late shot. This one, they win a close game that didn't have to be that close because of some Maxey mistakes especially. What percentage chance, because the playoffs weren't yesterday, what percentage chance do you think there is that Maxey is better in the playoffs against that team. Not against the Nets in the first round, against the Celtics in the second round.
With how you lay it out, though, where Embiid's going to win you 2 and Harden's going to win you 1.
Yeah.
In a 7-game series, there is a belief in me that he will have at least 1 game. Because that's all you're asking him to do. In your setup, you just need him to show up for 1 of those games.
1.
It's a very low bar. But I do feel like he can find a way somehow, if he needed to, for 1 game to give you something collectively with the others, if it's Tobias and Maxey, but he will do good enough to help you win 1 of those games in 7. Now, he may stink in 4 of those games. He may stink in 5, 6 of those games, but if all you need is 1, I do believe there will be 1 that happens. The unfortunate thing is, though, if it happens in a game where they lose.
Well, see, this is the tough part. If Embiid gets you 2, and that you, at the end, like yesterday, we finished that game and say the reason they won was Embiid.
Yeah.
Now, you had a little help here and there, but the reason you won was Embiid. I think we're going to get that twice in the series. And that's what all the stars have to do. 2 of them got to just be on them. Doesn't even matter what the other guy's doing, 2 of them. But you can't ask Embiid to go out and score 52 and go 15-2 and 13 every game. That's not humanly possible. So somewhere in a 7-game series, a star's going to have a bad game as well. It's going to be mixed up. It's just what happens. It's important, though, because with Maxey, in that he seems to get into it, for the first time, get into his own head. Like last time against the Celtics, they were switching bigs on him. He wasn't driving the bigs. He was doing a lot of settling for weird fadeaways, shots that he really doesn't make. He steps into shots. He can't really fade away. He's a smaller guy. That's not what he does. He was doing a lot of out-of-character things. Last night, I thought those looks were clean. I thought him, Niang, Melton, Tobias were all getting very clean looks, and all of them were clanging them. Now, usually I would say Niang and that crew is good for one game where the stuff just falls. But unfortunately, that has not been the case the last 2 years against the Celtics. They get hot against the Bucks. They seem to actually get hot against everybody except the Celtics. And that's the part that troubles me I think when they see him in the second round.
And that's fair. It's not like it's ridiculous to watch what they've done to this point and have some nerves because we haven't seen it yet. Normally we look at a track record and realize, well, I can hold my hat knowing that somebody did this in the past so I can see it happening in the future.
Yeah.
But with Tyrese Maxey, it seems like he's in his own head. Before he was on the bench, and then when he was on the bench, it seemed like he pouted a little bit. And I don't know if he agreed with Doc Rivers and all that stuff, so I think that played a role with his mental side of it. But now that he's in the starting rotation, for it to look this way again, yeah, it's upsetting. It really is. You would hope that at this point in his career, even though he's young, he could match that intensity. This is the NBA postseason that we're heading into. You're going to have to step up, and it seems like he has struggled. So I don't think you're wrong to feel nervous about him. I just think there's so much skill there and there's so much talent that percentage-wise in 7 games, if I need 1, I just imagine that there's too much talent in Maxey that he can't show up once.
All right, well, hold on then. I want to believe that. Is it possible that this is just a year too soon? In that, in his development, he started out in his first year kind of no pressure at all. And he does well in one playoff game against the Hawks because Ben Simmons quit trying. Then he comes back and he makes the big jump from 3 and everything. And maybe this is the year we expected a bigger leap. And while he's still a 20-point scorer as a starter and all that kind of stuff, it seems like he still is the beneficiary of space provided by Harden and Embiid. While when we talk about star players, they are the ones that create the space and create the looks for others. When we're talking about a star player. So when you're talking about like a true big 3, you're saying that each of those 3 individuals on their own can get theirs and create for others on their own. And then you combine those 3, and the odds of Bosh, LeBron, Wade, of Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, the odds of 3 of them having a bad night is almost nil. And when 3 of them have it going, they're completely unbeatable. Right now, we have a situation where Maxey doesn't seem like he's yet ready to be the third in a big 3 because he still doesn't benefit Harden or Embiid. They seem to benefit him.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, it can be too early. Because I was even stressing that point with Joel Embiid when he was younger.
Yeah.
We went through the process, and people thought as soon as the process was over, he was going to snap his fingers and go win a title.
Yeah.
It's a grown man's league. You look at these guys that carry their franchise to a championship. Now, you're not asking Maxey to do that.
No.
You're asking him to be the third star,
Yes.
which is different than what we expected Joel Embiid to do instantly, unfortunately, just based off of how we got to Joel.
Yeah.
But this is a journey to learn how to win at the NBA postseason level. You're going up against grown men when he's young 20s, and there's a lot, not just physically too, but emotionally. It's a long season. Think about playing in Kentucky and playing college basketball. Now you're on the road back-to-backs. How many times have we looked at the schedule and realized they're playing so many games in so many days? And
they close the season with 3 and 4 nights.
Right. It's a battle. So to answer your question, yeah, I do believe that it is a little early for Maxey, but I don't know what else to do other than kind of demand him to have to battle through it, right? I can't sit there and go, you know what? He's just not ready yet, even though I acknowledge I think it is a little bit early. I got to push him. I got to give him a little bit of a nudge and say, this is where you're battle tested, and let's see how he reacts to it.
Phillies now have the Phillies now have a man on first. They're dealing with 8 outs left. Yankees just made a pitching change, so the tying run will be coming to the plate after the Yankees complete the pitching change. So they're still down 2-0. The Phillies are. All right, let's put that to the side then. Then the other player that struggled, because again, Joel Embiid, fantastic. Harden had a good game. The other guy that really struggled, and I thought a lot of the looks were clean. Like I look at it, the coach's job, the teammates' job is to get guys open. The player has to make the shots. Tobias Harris, I'm talking about on the offensive side especially, he missed some layups in there again.
Oh, yeah.
How do you miss layups? 6'8"?
I've never seen a guy miss so many layups in my life.
6'8". Like, think about everybody here. Now, I got a little height in here, but imagine your whole life as a guy. You hope, as a kid, you're growing up, you want to be 6'8" so you can play in the NBA.
Sure.
Like, that's all you think about. Like, I'm 6'2", which is fine height, but it's not for NBA.
No.
Like, when I see a tall person who doesn't play basketball, they anger me.
Right. Yeah,
Every
you wonder,
time.
what are you doing? What did you do with your life?
It's a complete waste of height. Like, what did the world need a 6'10" CEO? You can be 5'10" to be a CEO.
Great point.
Give somebody else some of those inches of height. Like, it just angers me. Oh, God, I'm coming over to work on your HVAC. 6'6". Man, I don't need a 6 foot. You can stand on a step stool. Give me those 4 inches. Get me to 6'6". But anyway, all right, I digress because it's something I take personally.
It's valid.
Waste of height. Just like guys I've said that are overly jacked for office jobs. I mean, 90 minutes a day in the gym or today's lower body for 90 minutes to go type? Very odd. All right. but beyond the fact that he's a waste of his height, what are the odds that offensively Tobias could be that number 3 against the Celtics? If Maxey, if it's too early for Maxey, if it's checked out, whatever it is, what are the odds that Tobias in a series against the Celtics could be that third option?
I like Tobias more than I like Maxey.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how that should make you feel listening to that, but if you ask me, I had to choose between those two on being that third piece. I just don't know if Maxey's ready yet for that matchup, and I would think Tobias might. Maybe it's just 1%, 2% more, but I would have to go with Tobias just because of the professionalism of, being around the league longer, and he always brings it defensively. So I think him being engaged on the defensive side, maybe appreciating a certain matchup could lead to some good offense during a game as well. Just something that momentum carries him from his defensive side to his offensive side, because I do think he brings something to the table there. I say better about Tobias than Maxey. What do we got wrong here?
All right. So you had Stott with a single to get first and second, and now Bo just got hit in the back. Bases loaded, 1 out. Phillies down 2-0 with a chance to not only tie the game, but take the lead with only 1 out.
Who's batting after Bohm today? Is it Nick?
Ooh, he got drilled. Bohm, look at this.
Oh, wow.
It looks like it was on purpose.
It does, but he obviously wouldn't load the bases up, but it does look.
Oh, man. I mean, I'm just glad it hit him in a safe spot. I mean, I'm not the one that got hit in the back with a baseball.
Yeah, right.
But so now you got the whole meeting. This is only his second batter that he's faced, so they can't take him out. And here we go with the Phillies with a real chance. All right, if I say it's a 15% chance that Maxey can step up.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say 20%.
Okay.
What percentage would you put it on Tobias?
35.
35.
35.
35.
35. I think I feel better about Tobias than most of the city does.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. So, okay. All right.
He doesn't get the credit he deserves at times because everyone's just frustrated with his contract. And trust me, he's an overpaid player, but people feel he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't stink. He's just overpaid.
Yes.
He
just
doesn't
overpaid.
stink.
Like, people don't even give him credit for what he did last year.
Here? All right, that'll get A running.
Little sack fly.
Little sack fly. Castellanos scores. And it's now 2-1 with 2 outs.
Your boy Cave.
My buddy and
Jake Cave. Who got a couple knocks yesterday, too. A couple singles yesterday,
It's
Jake
that
Cave.
gray beard.
It is the gray beard.
Before we go to break, 610-632-0975 to get to the 3 o'clock hour, then we'll talk to all the great people here at Rally House. What are the odds that a real bench piece against the Celtics could have an impact? Any of them. Any of the bench guys.
Pretty good. I think Niang is.
Niang can't.
Niang.
No, 0% Niang.
A home game. It'll be a home game.
He has
So
it
like a
in
game
him.
2 situation.
It'll be a home game. Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Come on. That's not crazy. This is a good team. Come on.
I'm talking about him solely against the Celtics. I'm laser focused. That's who they played last night.
I know. And look, he's had a rough matchup with them in the past, but I think he can have a home game where it explodes and he gets the crowd going.
All right, inning over. 6 outs left. Phillies down 2-1. Harrison grounds out to third. 610-632-0975, live from Rally House on Westmoreland Road in Willow Grove. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Best show ever. We'll be back here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It was a good night for Philadelphia sports. I'm Jennifer Scordo, and this Fanatic Update's brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. One simple act, so much good. Thank you to the 170 million people who have signed up as an organ, eye, or tissue donor from organdonor.gov. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The Sixers picked up a big win last night as the Boston Celtics came to town. Joel Embiid had an MVP type of game, putting up 52 points in just 39 minutes. The Sixers have all but solidified that third seed there in the East. 3 games left as the Heat come to town tomorrow. Rich Hoffman's going to join us at 3:30 with more on the 76ers. The Phillies picked up their first win of the season yesterday in the Bronx against the Yankees. Series finale happening right now. The Phillies are losing 2-1. It is the middle of the 7th. Phillies home opener is tomorrow against the Reds. Jason Stark's going to join the show at 4:30 with more. And the Flyers fell last night in St. Louis against the Blues. They head to Dallas to take on the Stars tomorrow. For all the latest news and updates, keep it here. I'm Jennifer Scordo for 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is the best show ever.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey, it's John Kincaid for Window Nation. You know that everyone loves a smart investment. And right now, there's no better place to put your money than right